And we're live. This is Julien Jean-Pierre from the Royal St. Lucian Seamoss Company, and you are watching another Let's Talk About Seamoss. And, it's Sunday night, and yeah, I'm really excited to be back and doing these shows again. Um, I did have a little bit of a topic. Normally, I don't have things that I talk about on the show, but today I'm going to talk a little bit about CMOS and the production of CMOS and how CMOS functions. There's a lot of, I guess, misinformation going around as to what CMOS actually is and the function of CMOS and how it works in the environment. And this will help really sort of, dispel a lot of the rumors between stuff that's wildcrafted as opposed to CMOS that is cultivated, which quite frankly, most CMOS is cultivated. And as rude as it sounds, like I'm just getting really tired of really kind of having to sort of explain it to people. Not explain. I shouldn't say that. I'm getting tired of having to argue with people who are steadfast in their belief that CMOS gets its nutrients from the rocks, and if you study CMOS and you study the function of CMOS and what CMOS actually is, right? Then you understand that the stuff that people say is just scientifically not possible. It is just literally impossible. Okay, so let's get right into it since there's a lot of people already watching. Okay, and Elder Glass, what's up? I see you say I like the gold better than the purple. You're right. I like the gold better than the purple too. Which actually, you know what? This makes me think about it. I should have put some sea. I had some sea moss. I wanted to soak, and I should have got some ready so I could take some tomorrow. I'll make sure I do it before I go to bed. But anyways, getting back to what I was saying, um, we're talking about CMOS and we're talking about what is CMOS, okay, and why CMOS, or what is required for the life function of CMOS. Okay, so CMOS is an algae. It follows under the class of red algae. There's actually four classes in total. There's red algae, there's brown algae, there's green algae, there's blue algae. Um, all the algae are what was it? I think it's like all the algae except for green algae can be found. Only green can be found in fresh water. All the other algae require ocean water. Although green algae can be found in the seawater too. That's what I remember. I mean, I could be wrong. You correct me if I'm wrong. Point is, it's an algae. Okay, and when you look into the biofunctions of an algae, this being a red algae, I'm just going to go and share my screen here. Guys on Instagram, you have to apologize. Maybe I'll pull and show you what I'm looking at. But I'm going to share my screen right now and go into the tabs here. Well, first, I want to show this image here because this is what kind of kicked it all off. This image here is a photo put up by Zachariah, and he's showing the CMOS, and a lot of people said that this CMOS was fake. And here, I'll take the Instagram here, and I'll just show you guys what I'm talking about here. It's this photo here. This is not fake CMOS. This is real CMOS. Now, there's a lot of times when this CMOS looks like this. This is Euchydemus CMOS, and a lot of times when it looks like this, it's usually because it's either getting into a reproductive state, right, or it's been eaten by sea creatures like turtles or fishes and stuff like that. And these would normally be long strands, and they'll eat all that part to the nibs to where they, you know what I mean, they can't really bite it anymore. So it's hard to tell with the Seamoss. But the truth is, this is probably more wild than most sea mosses you see, and it's probably been in the water for a long time. Because one, if it was eaten by the sea creatures, then it had to be in the water for it to be eaten like in the way that it is now. And two, if it was getting into a reproductive state, they generally don't get into a reproductive state at an early age, right? So this sea moss has some time on it in order for it to kind of morph into that state in which it starts to begin to reproduce. Alrighty. So I'll get back to my screen here, and I'm going to show you another screen, another tab here, because that's what kicked it off. And so everybody was like, "Oh, this is fake CMOS and this and this and that," and in reality, it's real CMOS. But okay. So this is let me make sure I'm sharing this screen totally. Okay, so this is an article. You have to forgive me because I haven't really. I pulled a lot of these articles up just without reading them first. So this is the top 5 things you should know about algae. Now, keep in mind, CMOS is an algae, right? There are thousands of different kinds of algae. They form different colors and forms and can be found anywhere on the planet, even on snow and ice. Some people think of algae, they think of green film on ponds or the seaweed that washes up on the beach. However, that's just a fraction of the known algae species. One notable group is the blue green algae, which consists of um, like bacteria cells that use photosynthesis. So we'll skip on that because we have no interest in talking about that. But one thing I want to sort of talk about here is what it needs to grow. So algae only requires a few essentials to grow: water, sunlight, carbon, nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus. From saltwater to freshwater and everything in between, the diversity of algae means that there are suitable strains that can take advantage of nearly any water resource. For that reason, the Energy Department's Bioenergy Technologies Office provided funding to the University of Toledo to test algae's ability to grow in dairy wastewater, converting a formerly problematic waste stream into an abundant algae source. That's crazy. So they're using like wastewater or gray water to produce, algae. But the point I want to like kind of express where it is that um, the nowhere do they say that the algae needs rocks to function. It's water, sunlight, carbon, nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus, right? Now, in the case of sea moss, the nutrient in phosphorus, what I learned recently on a recent trip when I was in St. Lucia, because I was talking to like I guess one of the head officers that do a lot of training in the sea moss, and he said that the nutrients, the nitrogen and the phosphorus, come from land, and so during heavy rain season, the nutrients wash off the water and flow into the ocean and mixes with the seawater there, and that's where you know what I mean it gets its nutrients, its nitrogen and phosphorus. Because I asked them where does these these sort of I don't know, what do you say, nutrients, building blocks, or whatever, these key ingredients that are required for the food to grow, where does this come from? And he said land. That's why he said that they do a lot of the farming close to shore. They do a lot of the farming close to shore because the nutrients are closer to the shore. Oh, Elder Goss, thanks so much. I will always buy from you because of the quality. I appreciate that. We work really hard to make sure that we get good quality sea moss. We're not someone that's just gonna buy whatever's available and throw it in a bag. We do sort of do a lot of quality control and sort of, we're selective about what we get because we also want to create a consistent product that our customers um, know and they have certain level of expectation. And so, as hard as it is, because CMOS is such a natural product, we do try to make sure that we maintain a certain level not even just a consistent quality, because I think all the Seamoss that comes out of St. Lucia is very high quality, but just the consistent look, appearance, field, just overall, which is very difficult to get in this industry, especially when you're dealing at like like at the level when you're purchasing or importing thousands of pounds. Um, so I want to go. The next thing I want to talk about here. Um, so I'm going to read this next article. This is no, I don't know how great this source is. Some of these I'll be honest, I just pulled them off the net, but the information seems like they've done their research, and this is run as red algae in deep waters. So when you think of algae, you think of the slimy green and the dirty-looking aquarium. Red algae are often shades of purple and red, and they can grow in the deep ocean. Some species are hard rather than slimy, with the beauty remnants as coral. Red algae plays an important role in the development of coral reefs, providing homes for marine fish. This is very important when we're talking about wild sea moss. Like, you're basically destroying. It's like clear cutting a forest. You know what I mean? You're destroying this environment where a lot of species use for their nurseries, for their feeding. Even just to balance the proper chemicals in the ocean. If you care about, like, if you're like a vegan, you shouldn't be insisting on wild crafted sea moss, because that stuff is killing animals. Is just as bad as like slaughtering. Okay, maybe I'm going overboard, but do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, if you love animals and you love the ocean, you wouldn't be try to harvest this marine algae for your own sort of, especially when the the sea moss clearly does not get the nutrients from the rock. I in fact would love. I don't even know. Like, I would put maybe say 5 pounds down if you can show me a clear scientific article where they have done some tests that clearly show that it's possible for the nutrients, and I mean, it can't reference anything that has to do with Dr. Sebi. It has to be like clear, independent study from some kind of university or scientific body. You know what I mean? Then you produce something like that, then yeah, I'll send you 5 pounds. But I don't think you'll be able to do it. Anyways, getting back to what I was saying, the algae are plant-like organisms that use photosynthesis to produce their own food. Okay, notice that. Algae are plant-like organisms that use photosynthesis to produce their own food. Okay, while some um, while some species of algae resemble plants, they lack the roots, leaves, and stems of higher plants. Algae are kind of primitive plants, and it's likely that higher plants, like trees and flowers, evolved from them. Algae can be small and only seen through a microscope. Oh, sorry. Algae can be small and only seen through a microscope in the terms of microalgae, or large enough to see with the naked eye in the terms of macroalgae. Macroalgae are quality. They're called seaweeds. So basically, saying like when you can see them, that's can be considered a macroalgae. There are more than 6,000 species of red algae. Red algae are the part of the Polyphyllothothia, which is Greek for red plant. They appear red because they contain pigments called um, phytocylarins. These pigments absorb blue light and reflect red light, making them appear red. Not all species of red algae look red, however. They are commonly pink or purple, but can be orange, yellow, or green. So it says, like all algae, red algae depend on photosynthesis to produce food. Most varieties of algae live near the surface of the water in order to get enough sunlight to live. They can absorb blue light. Since they can absorb blue light, red algae can live in much deep water where light of long lengths like red can't reach. Red algae have been found in depths of over 500 feet. Some species of red algae are coiled and produce calcium carbonate in their cell walls. Their tips and don't have branches. Growing on rocks or plants or animals, crusty can be found in deep water. Grows very slowly. Most fish won't eat them because of their hard texture. The coral-like help create reefs and provide homes and hideouts for fish. Okay. So that was an interesting article. Notice in none of these articles do they ever have any sort of like discussion on uh the like rocks. Rocks are never mentioned once, except that they grow on them. You know? What is this talk about? Oh, this is on plant life. This talks about the red algae. This pretty much says what they were saying before. I'm just reading this quick just to see if saying if there's anything that is different than what I've already said already. One here it talks about is the Seamoss has a lot of protein in it, and that it also contains polysaccharides. Phytocyboproteins, which occur in highly organized structures called phytocyans. These forms I don't know. I recommend you guys take a look at this link, Life Plant Blog Spot. It talks about it's like plant life, I guess, and it goes really deep into the cellular structure and the forms of Seamoss and what's in Seamoss. Kind of helps you kind of understand why, you know what I mean, that why they're thing. Here's an interesting part of it. Photoautometry is the principal mode of nutrition in red algae. In other words, they are self-feeders. Using light energy and photosynthesis apparatus produce their own food, organic carbon from carbon dioxide and water. So this is what Seamoss uses to feed. Okay, nowhere does it say it needs the nutrients from the rock or it needs to be on a rock substrate in order for it to survive. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is why I act a lot of times in the comments and stuff that I've done, because I've read these kind of articles to know that based on what I'm reading here, it's impossible, okay, for the sea moss to get it. You know what I mean? To get the nutrients from the rocks. It feeds off carbon monoxide, water, phosphates, and nitrates. So I'm really tired of this argument that the sea moss gets its nutrients from the rock. It can't get its nutrients from the rock. And nowhere does it talk about the algae having any sort of like enzyme in it or something to help break down the rocks. Unless the rock is carbon, you know what I mean? Which I don't think all rocks have carbon. Maybe I'm wrong. What is this link here? It's called nitrogen metabolism. Uh, that's probably going deep into other stuff. So here's something too that goes into the article here. It says red algae reproduce both asexually and sexually. Methods of asexual reproduction include discharging spores and fragmentation of the angle bodies. Sexual reproduction, as well as alteration of generation, is widespread around the Rotifia. But two classes of red algae have particular variations. So when I was showing that video earlier, of the photo in the Facebook, this thing, these are the spores and stuff that I was talking about that were that's usually set to release this. I think it's a little bit of both. I think there was some growth here, and it was trying to reproduce. It could have even been reproducing because it was getting eaten so much that it was like in a sort of like a stress state, you know. It's quite possible. Okay, so I'm moving along. Let me know if anybody has any questions about what we just talked about, but I really don't want to kind of continue and beat sort of like a dead horse. I mean, I can look up more articles that can sort of, how do you say it, reinforce what I'm saying, but I think you guys get the picture. You know what I mean? And I encourage everybody to um, do the research yourself. Go Google it. Like this is what kills me. Like why people haven't done this. This is what I did. This is all I did. There was nothing sort of like secret. Like I you know what I mean. I went to this. I went to Google and I said, what does red algae eat? You know what I mean? And there's several articles, you know what I mean, that go in and confirm and repeat what is said, and that is the red algae, you know what I mean, gets its nutrients from the water. You know what I mean? It gets it from the nitrogen and the phosphorus. You know what I mean? That's what algae feed on, and sea moss is an algae. It's a red algae. Do you know what I mean? It's not like some algae feed off rocks and some don't. They all behave in the same class in the same way. The only thing that really differs them is the regions that they're in. You know what I mean? And even then, like I've seen, like, my recent trip in St. Lucia, I saw Condorus crispus in the ocean. You know what I mean? It wasn't healthy. It wasn't like large pieces, and it was really like light yellow. Like I could tell, like, I guess because of where it was. You know what I mean? It was more bright water. If it was in darker, it probably would have been more purple due to the absorb, the way it absorbs the light wavelengths, like we just talked about earlier in this article that I was reading. So I don't know what to say, you know what I mean? But except, like, I don't know, I keep saying it, but the only thing I can say is research it. Like, you don't believe me, you don't doubt me. Start by going at the fact of what is CMOS. Okay, search and learn what CMOS is. You know what I mean? I'll give you the short answer, right? Seamoss is an algae. It's a red algae. Now you start researching what is red algae? What do red algae require to function? You know what I mean? How do red algae reproduce? How do they feed? How do they, what is the life cycle of a red algae? And start Googling that stuff. And then, even then, narrow down further. The sea moss that we sell is, pretty much either Euchaetoma or Garcilaria. What does Garcilaria eat? You know what I mean? What does Euchaetoma eat? You know what I mean? And you'll start to learn what these what this sea moss algae really is and how it functions. You know what I mean? Stop listening to people that are just repeating information that they got from someone else, and they didn't really do the shortcut. You know what I mean? Like, or do the shortcut. They didn't really spend a few hours. They watched a couple, minutes, if that. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing: you spend, I guarantee you spend more than an hour on Google. If you're willing to go as far as the second page on Google searching for stuff, you'll find these answers. Most of these answers are not being found because people are not. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just being real. They're not spending the time to learn this stuff. Do you know what I mean? And if you care about the truth, then you should take the time to learn the stuff. Don't be upset when someone like me, who's taken the time to learn it, starts coming in acting like a know-it-all. You know what I mean? And that's what I feel like people treat me like. You're like, oh, here comes Julien, he knows this, he says he knows that. But it's just like, I don't know. To me, it's like, I don't think I know it all, but I know a lot. And I feel like it's my duty, um, it's my responsibility as someone in the position that I'm in to share this knowledge. And it's not something to rub it in like you don't know what you're talking about, but it's kind of like, I care so much about this industry that I want to make sure that everybody's on the same page and everybody understands what we're selling. Do you know what I mean? Like, I get no benefit by you, by correcting you. Like, there's no, like, joy or love that I get. What I get from doing it is I don't know. It's like, imagine you see all these people telling the wrong information, and you know that the longer that this information continues to be circulated, the more it's going to hurt a lot of people. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's some people out there that have amazing CMOS, and they can't sell their CMOS because people have realized, or discovered that they're farming the CMOS, or they're not even hiding it. Do you know what I mean? And then people are deciding, well, I want the wildcraft, I want the this, the that. I heard it's better. You heard it's better. But how much research have you done to really see if there's even a difference? Do you know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, like, I stand nothing to gain. There's no. I'll put it this way: if there was a difference, I would have shut my mouth and not said anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, how could I, if there was a difference? Do you know what I mean? And the amount of time that I've spent researching CMOS, I guarantee you, if there was a difference, I would have known by now. I've tested it. I've taken the raw, the wild crafted sea moss, and like the real wild crafted. Because I tell you right now, if you saw what is really like wild sea moss, you wouldn't want it because it's very gross. It's very dirty. You know what I mean? And you know, it's not. And but I was able to get some stuff. It was like really clean. You know what I mean? And there was no difference. There's no difference in the nutrients. Now, here's the thing that people say, and this is what you will get the response from majority of the people that you speak to on the island, at least in St. Lucia. They will tell you that the wild crafted produces more gel. Okay. And yeah, okay, it produces more gel, but is the nutrients in the gel or is the nutrients in the fiber of the sea moss? I believe the nutrients are in the fiber of the sea moss. I believe that the gel is just carrageenan, and there's no nutrient value in that carrageenan. It's not like there's vitamins in that stuff. That's just the thickener. That's what makes this stuff thick. So in some ways, when they're telling you that this produces more gel, they're just basically saying you can get more product for the same amount of money. So that's why it's better. You know what I mean? You say I could tell there's a difference in taste and everything. I don't know. I don't want to say you're wrong, but here's what I can say as to why I believe that you might find a taste and difference. And that is because sea moss is going to be different from not only where you harvest it, but when you harvest it, and not only that, but how you dry it, how you clean it. Do you know what I mean? How you store it. Those things are way more important as to whether or not it is grown on a rock or not. To the point where I can confidently say that you can give someone wildcrafted sea moss and someone that has farm sea moss, and they will produce the product that is better like you know what I mean. Like you put wildcrafted sea moss in the wrong hands, and it's worthless. You know what I mean? It's spoiled. So you're so I keep forgetting the kappa. That's it, the kappa. I because you remember you see the Q is with the K. So this is my view. There isn't, because you sit here between the so-called pool grown versus St. Lucian sea moss. So the pool grown, for the most part, I believe that it is sea moss that has not been properly dried. It hasn't been properly dehydrated. There's two levels that you can get in the industry when it comes to the quality of sea moss. You can get either 10% high moisture or 35% moisture. The 35% moisture is the stuff that generally looks all gummy worm and stuff like that. And that I agree. You want to avoid that stuff. Doesn't mean it's fake. Doesn't mean it was grown in a pool, because most of the stuff was, you know what I mean, still in the ocean. Yeah, he said it was wet. And the what happens is that that stuff is like, most of that stuff is not meant for human consumption. At least that's my belief. I think that most of that CMOS that you're getting, it's really meant for um the CMOS, like the industrial industry. You know what I mean? The commercial industry that uses this stuff to process into agar or carrageenan, and then they take it in and produce it into other products like toothpaste and whatnot. Now, the reason why you don't want that sea moss, in my view, is mainly because of the moisture level. Because the moisture level is so high, it introduces the possibility of like stuff like bacteria and mold and stuff. And not only that, I believe that the areas in which these sea moss was grown in and harvested in wasn't in areas where there's like fresh tidal waters and stuff like that, where they can bring in a high quality of nutrients and stuff like that. That's what's most important for growing good sea moss, is to have like a fresh flow, like flow currents, because that brings the water and the nitrogen and whatever that's floating in the ocean and kind of passes it. If it stays there and there's no new nutrients coming in, then the sea moss begins to sort of fight for whatever is available there. Now, yes, it will grow faster because it's kind of like pushing out to kind of grow, you know what I mean? But what will happen is that the nutrient level, it will not be the same, you know what I mean? And like I said, that being moist, adding that, so you have added waste from the moisture, and then the moisture breeds a lot of bacteria and potential mold, and so that's why you really don't want that sea moss. But on the flip side, if you were to take that same white sea moss and let it dry out more, it would look almost exactly like the sea moss that you get in other countries that people would call wild sea moss and stuff. This is why, you know what I mean, I'm like, it's not grown in a pool. It's not fake. It's just the quality and the way you dry it. Here's the thing, okay? I want to dispel all the rumors about pool grown sea moss. Okay. I own a pool in my backyard. Okay. My pool is probably about maybe, I think, 16 feet by, say, let's say 25, 30 feet. It costs me like $200 a month or more just to run the pump. The pumps, the fucking thing. I mean, the electricity is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, I spend like for this summer when I run it, I spend an extra $1,000, $1,200 on electricity to pump that pool, and like my kids never go into it, which bugs me. I'm the only one who uses the pool. Anyways, the point I'm trying to say is that the cost is just not justifiable. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would they even and this is definitely for St. Lucia. Like, why would you consider building a pool, building a pump, building filters, building regulators, building all this stuff to like regulate and control the flow of the nutrients, buying nutrients, because you would have to buy the nutrients, the salts, the whatever it is to mimic the ocean, to have a machine to introduce wave action. Like, do you see where I'm going with this? Like, it's one thing if you're doing this for like an experiment or to create a reproduction closed environment so that you can test CMOS and stuff. But when you're talking producing CMOS on a commercial scale, it's just not economically viable to build pools and do it. The only place I know of that's doing it like that is I think it's New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, and it's called the Arcadia Sea Company, and it's because they've developed their own proprietary strain of Condorus crispus, right? Yes, you know what I mean. Condorus crispus can be artificially grown, contrary to all those Condorus crispus guys that sit there and claim and say, "Oh, it's the Caribbeans, it's the fake sea moss." So these guys are growing artificial sea moss that they're using to sell to health restaurants and stuff. You know what I mean? Um, Says when you dry a pound of it, it turns to quarter dried and lost mad weight. Yes, that is so true, and that's my point as why you want to avoid that CMOS more because of the weight action of it. It's like if you took marijuana and added sprayed it with water or something like that, or hydrated it so it had more weight. So here you're also saying to jack our health up, they spend mad money on pesticides to jack our health up. Why not with CMOS too? Because the ocean is free. This is the number one thing. The ocean is free, and so there is no um, financial incentive to grow in a pool. It's not like you can grow more CMOS in a pool than you could in the ocean. That's ridiculous. You know what I mean? The ocean is free. They use sticks. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what else to say. You know what I mean? The thing is when you get into some of these countries, I think what's most important is that you do the research on the company and the place that you're buying the product, because it really comes down to the person handling the merchandise that determines the quality of that merchandise. Even for Vietnam and these other places where, a lot of people shit on, even sometimes I shit on them. I want to kind of clarify that, like, there are some companies out there that are doing well. There are people that I know that are buying that CMOS, and it's a good quality product. Do you know what I mean? I'd be a liar to kind of shit on them and say that all their CMOS is bad. Yes, a lot of bad CMOS comes from out of there. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't, right? You can see it. You know what I mean? The stuff that's overweight and stuff like that, the stuff that looks like a machine is used to dry it. You know what I mean? To me, that's the kind of CMOS you want to avoid. But in all places, there's good quality CMOS. You know what I mean? There are people that care about the CMOS and where it's grown and harvested. And it's important for you as a purchaser, especially if you're purchasing the CMOS for resale and quality, I mean quality reselling and for your products, is that you have a tight relationship with the person that you're getting the CMOS, and you understand where it's coming from, and the quality of the water that it's in. You know what I mean? Even get them send them pictures of the farms and stuff. You know what I mean? And stop getting out of this idea that, like, if it's from the rocks it's better. There's nothing, no one can prove to me that the rocks do anything to the CMOS. It does nothing to the CMOS. The only thing I could say, like, it could probably do to the CMOS is that it holds it in colder temperatures, because the rocks are lower. But you don't know where these divers are harvesting the CMOS. You don't know where they're getting it from. You know what I mean? You have no idea the quality of the water that it's in. You know what I mean? There's some areas where I would not want a diver to go. You know what I mean? And get CMOS. And so again, you need to have a good relationship with the person that you're buying it from to understand where how it was treated all the way. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, from the time it's pulled out of the water. Here's the thing, okay? Um, Wild crafted CMOS doesn't mean shit if the person that pulled it out didn't clean it properly, didn't dry it properly, put it outside on the ground so that animals can walk by and shit on it. You know what I mean? Or birds from above can fly down and do whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, out in the open. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know if these guys did that. You know what I mean? You need to, like, make sure that you either you're doing it or you have someone on the ground that understands that the person that you're getting the CMOS from cares. And I'm not doing this to kind of shit on other people's CMOS. Okay, I want to make that clear. I'm doing it because, if anything, if there are people that are out there that are doing this or practicing the methods, you coming them and putting them sort of like on notice that you care about where your CMOS is coming from and how it's being processed will help the industry as a whole. You know what I mean? Now, there are a lot of, good CMOS farmers. There are a lot of people that care. I'm not trying to say that there's not. You know what I mean? But it's also important for us in this industry to make sure that we hold people up to a certain level of standards and quality. You know what I mean? And so I encourage you to have a discussion with your supplier and ask them, if it's not directly from a farmer, which is quite all right, but ask the person that you're getting from, like, how are you, getting this CMOS from? Who are you getting this from? What areas? Do these people know what they're doing? You know what I mean? How long have they been in CMOS? How long have you been a CMOS farmer? That'd probably be an important question to ask. I don't know. The important thing is just to make sure that you ask questions, and to know that bad CMOS can come from any country. You know what I mean? It's not like there's only these countries over here are the only ones producing bad CMOS. No, lots of places can be producing it, and it really comes down to the farmer and really the love and the care that they put into what they're doing. Some just let the sea moss sit around all day and it spoils. You know, I don't know. Let's get on that other topic. Let me know if anybody has any questions about CMOS or the process. You know what I mean? I've said it once. I'll say it again. I'm a very strong advocate for cultivating CMOS, and it's not because that's most of the CMOS they sell. Because the truth is that we have people that die for most CMOS farmers. They die for CMOS, and they grow their CMOS. They don't just do one, or well, some do one or the other. I shouldn't say that, but most of them do a mixture of both, and they know for the most part that there's no difference. You know what I mean? Except that they can probably charge more for CMOS that they know was dived. Whatever. I forgot what I was going with that. Anyways. Oh, I think I was asking people if they had any questions. What's up, Khaled? I don't know if you're still there. You're supposed to do some live stream. I think I'm going to invite you to talk if you're there. Yeah. I'm going to invite all of you guys. Khaled's been trying to get around, do some live streams on his group. If you guys get a chance, check out another group that's pretty cool on Facebook. It's called Seamoss Life.
Hi, Julien.
Hey, what's up? What's going on?
Hey. I'm sorry, I'm just getting ready for bed, so I look a mess.
Yeah, it's all good. I'm always looking a mess. You know what I mean? But you're off the boat now, right?
Oh, I look horrible.
No, you're fine.
How was your trip to St. Lucia?
It was amazing. I loved it. I had a really, really, really good. In fact, I had too much fun, and I didn't do as much work as I probably should have. But
Yeah, you obviously did. You're ignoring my messages, everything. You forgot everything about us.
I know. I'm so sorry. I spent some good time with my dad, and I caught up with my partner. Yeah, I mean, I miss that guy so much, and that's what we mostly just hung around. And here's the thing, though, too. There was like we got in a few orders for CMOS, like really large ones, so we ended up just focusing on packaging. I think we collected something like over 6,000 pounds in 5 days, like 7 days. Like every day we were buying CMOS, like nonstop, all the day, like buying it, packing it, buying it, packing it, buying it. Like people don't realize the amount of work that goes into.
It's an incredible amount of work. It's insane.
Yes, especially when you get in over the 100-pound level. Like I've told people that it's easier for me to sell you 100 pounds than it is for me to sell you 1,000, and you want me to like charge less for it. You know what I mean? It's more work. I have to rent vehicles, hire manpower, Anyways. Hey, Khaled, I see you there.
The amount of storage space you need, the drying shed and all those things.
The drying and everything.
We're just about to ship off our little gift package to you.
Okay.
Samples. We're sending it off to you tomorrow, so that should be with you by the end of this week.
Awesome. I'll do a live stream on it next week on the Sunday.
Yeah. I'm excited.
Yeah. What's up, Khaled? I see you hiding there in the background.
What's going on, Julien? How you doing, fellow member?
That's the Seamoss boss. And how are you pronounce Kawuga? Your country. What's the island? Kanawan. That's it. Kanawan. I butcher all names. I don't know. It was like at some point my reading comprehension, like for sounding words, just went down the drain. I don't know. I don't even bother anymore. I always butcher everybody's name. Yes. So they're from Khaled. She produces CMOS from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I think he dropped out for there. Did you hear us?
Oh, you're breaking up.
Am I breaking up still? Callie, can you hear us?
Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Anyways, I think he's got a little bit of a glitch, or maybe there's just a glitch from whatchamacallit, from Instagram. And I want to say what's up to Caribbean. See, I'm always butchering these names. So I think it's Caribbean Gem Seamoss. And if these are the guys,
Carib Gem.
yeah, these guys. It's funny they join in the live stream because I've been wanting to know who these guys are because they just got a shipment from St. Vincent, and I think it was like 600 pounds, which is congratulations on your recent shipment. But they're from Canada, and when I looked at the guys, they know a few people that I know. So I'm like, who is this person?
No, I think they're from the Grenadines, but they've migrated to Canada. I think they're distributing Seamoss there or something.
Yeah, but what I guess I'm trying to say is like whoever this person is, they're in a few circles. Like they have several mutual friends of mine, some friends that I've known for like 20, 30 years. So that's where I'm kind of like, what? Like, who is this guy? Like he must be someone that I've met or seen online or talked to, or you know what I mean? That's where I'm kind of like curious. And they probably know me and they haven't said anything. They're just like,
introduce yourself then.
Yeah, whatever. You know, some people they get competitive. But the fact is, you know what? And I was thinking about this the other day or earlier today. The Canadian market is like wide open. Like no one's really crushing it here. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of people, you know what I mean, that don't know a lot about Seamoss. Just even in my city alone, there's 3 million people. And I guarantee you about 90% of them don't know anything about Seamoss. And probably at least 50 or 40% would take it.
People
Don't know about Seamoss.
It's crazy. Like I've been trying to educate a lot of people about it. Like the front desk at my building, my hairdresser, I've gotten the valet at my building.
Mm-hmm.
My co-workers have gotten so many people started on Seamoss, and you know, like I don't try to sell them as a course. I give them, you know, like a 3 ounce, you know, tell them try it, see how it works for you, and then get back to me at the end of it. I've only met one person who knew what it was, and he was from Haiti, and he's like, we don't eat this in Haiti. It washes up on the beach, and it's like there's no value.
Mm-hmm. They don't realize that there's no value.
Not a lot of people even know about it.
Yeah, this is my point. And so even
it's crazy.
Yeah, even with like Toronto, it's probably easy for me to get 10 or 20,000 people, you know, with the right sort of marketing and the right, you know, I don't know what the words I'm looking for. Just the right marketing, you know what I mean? With the right advertising and just getting it into the people's faces. Like I wonder how much time people actually spend really doing that. I don't think we spend enough time. You know what I mean? Or else our sales would be bigger.
I mean, at the same time, could your farmers even handle something like that if it blew up really big? Because
well, the thing
sort of trickles right down to the farmers.
Yes. So the thing is that the answer to the short question is yes, because we don't farm all the Seamoss ourselves, right? We purchase a lot of the Seamoss from other farmers, right? And so because I get this question asked all the time, right? I get a lot of guys that are looking to go big and hard and supply. And what I've kind of showed them is that through the network that we have, I can get almost any amount of Seamoss. Like if you want 10,000 pounds, 20,000 pounds, I can get it. It might take like a couple days for us to pack it all up and sort of like, you know what I mean, source it. But you know what I mean? We know enough people that have thousands of pounds. Like, and I know this is going to sound conceited and cocky or whatever, but it's true. Pretty much everybody that out there that's buying St. Lucian Seamoss, I probably know the person you're buying it from.
Right.
If I don't know them, my partner knows them, or we know someone that knows them.
Right.
Like, that's kind of like the extent of the reach that we have. We know a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But how many farmers do you usually buy from on a monthly basis? Like, how many is under your umbrella?
20, 30. I think we
20.
buy from maybe 10 like tough guys, but like, I'll put it this way. My partner regularly wakes up in the morning to find Seamoss at his front doorstep and not knowing where the Seamoss came from. Like, there are people that will travel from another village or whatever because they know, he has a reputation as he's buying Seamoss all the time.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And often he's not just buying Seamoss for us, he's buying Seamoss for other buyers, suppliers.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, that was his kind of job before we started this business, is that he was the guy that would go out and source out the Seamoss for many of the larger exporters. Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like the guy to know. I feel like we should bring him over to Canada once so he could do some trainings and stuff.
Yeah, I'd love to do that. You know what I mean? One of the things that we're kind of looking at sort of doing in the future, I know I shouldn't be talking about our future plans like before we do them, but we want to build a consulting company that basically our business is teaching people how to farm and how to take the business and turn it into a commercial enterprise. You know what I mean? Because there's ways that I think you can position your business in a way that you can capture a lot of the farmers, you know what I mean? Like, sort of like put them under your umbrella, so to speak,
Right.
or even just work at them. The way it works in St. Lucia, like, it's funny because a lot of people like sometimes call for the government to regulate it. And I'm like, I don't think the government needs it. Like, they regulate it, like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like in such a, like, the way they have it organized, it's just like like everybody helps each other. Do you know what I mean? Like, this week I have 1,000-pound order, I'm getting it from this guy, that guy, or whatever. You know what I mean? We're negotiating the price, you're giving me a deal here, later on I'm hooking you up, I'm giving you a deal there. You know what I mean? And so it's kind of like everybody help, you know what I mean? It just self-regulates itself. And then I think if the government were to start stepping in to try and regulate it, they're not going to understand all the nuances and the politics and everything around it. And so there's just going to be issues. It's just not going to run as smoothly as it could be when it's done in this sort of natural, organic way. And I think the government's smart enough to see that. That's why they've kind of left the people to deal with it on their own. Now, I think there is problems or things that we need to address, like mainly the theft issue. You know what I mean? I do believe that, like, our farmers need to be licensed, and those that, it should be set up in a way that not anybody can just export. You know what I mean? Because that's what happens a lot of times is you think you're getting a good deal and a good price from this guy, and what it is he's stealing Seamoss from someone else's farm, or he's stealing it from someone's house or something like that. And a lot of times it's like they wait till they get an order, and then they'll just attack a farm, do this boom boom, so they can get Seamoss anytime they want. And so you think, oh, these guys always have Seamoss, and it's like, yeah, because they're stealing it from everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
We have that problem. Actually, Daddy was telling you we had that problem, and I'm not sure if you remember the experiment he was telling you about. So he did that. I don't really want to say what it is on it because I don't know if it's legal or not. But he's been able to save like 90% of his Seamoss from washing to the shore.
Yes.
And from it getting stolen. So he's been doing pretty well
Yes.
with that experiment.
Yeah.
But I know hopefully by the end of the year, the government is going to be finished with the zones, and everyone is going to have to have a farmer's license for the Seamoss. So hopefully that would create a problem for these people that's stealing it.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can pull up a video that I took from a drone shot, but I saw one farmer in the video where he was he employed like a kind of like a netting around the farm so that nothing could sort of wash out of his area.
Yeah.
You know, which was like pretty cool. That was
Yeah.
a pretty good idea. But then I always wonder, like, I guess it has to be a certain height because you don't want to capture too much sargassum, because then the sargassum can pose a problem.
Yeah. No, luckily we don't have a problem with the sargassum where our farm is located in Canada.
Really, eh? That's awesome, because the sargassum is a huge problem.
Yeah, we're very lucky with that.
Yeah. Hey, Khaled, I know you're. Do you have any questions you want to ask a Seamoss boss?
Yeah, I want to run something by you guys. Give me one quick second. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
We're hearing you.
Okay.
Was coming back? I thought he was gonna start talking. I think he's coming back.
Wait,
lately, guys, we've been on the group chat, on both groups. And we were discussing. I got some Tanzanian purple Seamoss that I've been working with this weekend. And can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see it pretty good.
Yeah, it almost looks like the same Seamoss from St. Lucia.
So what the deal is, for some reason I noticed, and you know, Julien, I've been experimenting with a lot of different Seamosses. And so if nothing else, especially after the thing that me and you did, I'm able to start to understand what I consider good Seamoss. But I don't, you know. But whatever the case, that's not the issue. The issue is I noticed that I made my price point because I sell gel. And I made it around after I soaked the Seamoss. I usually do 1 pound to find out what yield. But I use 4 ounces per 16-ounce jar. And that usually gives me the consistency of the gel that my customers like. You know, I used to do 2 ounces per jar. And I was wondering why I was getting rich. I was doing 2 because I used to give them like this applesauce consistency. Yeah. But they didn't like it. And eventually they all broke down, and really I told them to be honest, and they honestly told me they like it more stiff. They like it thick. 4 ounces per jar of wet Seamoss when it's soaked. But with this Seamoss, it's like triple that. You know, I can't get the consistency. Have you saw me in the group? Yeah, I think you mentioned something about it. How long are you soaking it? Are you soaking it for longer or short? How long do you normally soak it for? Well, I just found out too with that it's from Ghana and Tanzania. You only need to soak it 4 hours. Okay. So and it turns slimy. If you go over like 4 hours, it becomes real slimy and the water becomes slimy. So it's just I'm just bringing that up, guys. Just part of the journey and what species is that? It looks like Eukinema. They just put on here purple Seamoss. What you think it is, Julien? Eukinema. Like Katani, what they call it? Yeah, Eukinema cottini. Yeah, cottini. Say it again. Cottini, or Eukinema, you know. It looks like that, but I'm not sure. What do you guys think? I think it's Eukinema. Like a Eukinema or Garcilaria cross or something. Yeah, it doesn't look like Garcilaria, but it could be. Sometimes the Garcilaria and the Eukinema, they look very similar, especially in certain water temperatures and stuff. Like in St. Lucia, and I've seen guys take both species.
I've seen guys do like both species and mix them together and make them into one. Cedric just asked me, "What's the shipping cost in North America?" It's free if you spend over $100.
Are we breaking up, guys?
No, you there?
Yeah,
No,
we're
we can
breaking
hear you.
up big time.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear you fine. I'm actually loving my new desk. You see that? So I got this. What the hell? I got this at IKEA, and so
You're breaking up on me, Julien.
huh?
You're breaking up really bad on me.
It's your Wi-Fi. It sucks.
My Wi-Fi sucks.
Yeah,
Come on.
I'm just teasing you.
Yeah, I got 1,000 by 1,000.
I don't know why it is. I know this. My Wi-Fi is like 10 feet away from me. It can't be me. It could be Instagram. But so I got one of these stand-up desks with the motorized thing, and I got it for half the price at IKEA. Just went there today. Check it out. I love getting things on discount. So it was normally $749. I paid $374 for it. Yeah.
Why you keeping a stick on it though?
I just got it today. Like I like it was one of the things so every time I go to IKEA, I always go to the as is section. That's the first place I go to. And so I've been wanting a desk like this, and I've been waiting for IKEA. This is how fucked up I am when it comes to like this is how cheap I am. I know when IKEA changes their furniture and their stuff in their showroom, so I make sure I go to the as is section so I can pick up items from IKEA at a discount. Like I never pay full price for barely anything unless I really want it and I can't wait. I'll wait for it to go on sale for sure, all the time.
I suppose if it's not all banged up and it's fully functional, then there's nothing wrong with that.
No, the table's fine. You know what I mean? And the thing is with these tables, it's like the biggest thing is these legs underneath. I'll show you. Sorry, FaceTime, you guys can't see it, or Facebook, but see these legs. So these legs here, they're the most expensive part. The table is just a standard table. These things are like $50 at IKEA. So I can even take the table and replace it and make a longer table if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Did someone ask a question earlier?
Did he drop off?
No, I maybe he did. Yeah, look like he did. But you said Chris.
Oh, okay.
Chris
Somebody has a question for you. So we were doing some research on Seamoss associations, and for some reason, the Seamoss Association of St. Lucia, we haven't been seeing much activity on it since 2019. Is it still in existence?
What? Say that again.
Seamoss Association of St. Lucia.
There is no Seamoss Association of St. Lucia. There is the Prale Association. It's so funny because every time I say Pralin, I hear these guys in the village going Prale, 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 because they never say it right. So they have an association, and then there's and that guy, that's why they run, this guy is Jean Baptiste, and then there is the Opicon or Savins Bay Seamoss Farmers Association, that's run by this guy Kerwin, and then there is the Opicon Charcoal and Seamoss Farmers Association, but those guys are going to change their name to the Seamoss Crafters Association.
Okay.
Because they're getting into like stuff besides Seamoss. They want to get into different crafts and everything.
Okay. Okay, there's no St. Lucia Seamoss Association. There was like articles and stuff that we read online on Facebook and stuff, and there's been no activity for the past 2 years, and they seem to have been doing well. So we were just wondering, why did they drop off?
Send me the link, and maybe I'll know. Maybe they got so busy that they just you know what I mean. They don't answer.
And there's just no activity whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? It might not even have been an actual association, and they just made it up. You know what I mean?
Quite possible. Anyway, my dad just got a grant.
Oh, nice.
Saying it was the praline. Praline.
What?
Praline? Is that how you pronounce it? Or praline?
What? So they got a grant from who?
Oh, I'm sorry. My friend just texted me. She said it's the Praline Association.
Prale.
Sorry.
That's I say pralin.
What's her name?
Yeah, I always call it pralin, but it's prale.
Praline.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's Praslin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
So
I was saying, so we just got a grant. For our farm, so we're just about to do some expansion. So I went to Home Depot today to do some shopping.
nice.
So we could expand. We're going to have a much bigger drying shed now. I just want to buy like some PVC roofing. So hopefully in the next 2 weeks or so, we should have a much bigger operation.
Nice. Who did you get the grant
that
from?
has been motivating a lot of people. So far, we have about 3 more people that's interested in farming Seamoss in Palawan. So
nice.
hopefully things should start turning up soon.
Where did you get the grant from?
So there's an NGO called SUSGRAN, and they basically assist. They find grants and stuff for small sustainable projects. So it's not only for Seamoss, they help with beekeeping, bird watching projects, like producing salt. Right now they're focusing on Seamoss, so they've just been distributing grants. I believe they gave it to about 20% around the Grenadines to help out with that. So we're very happy we'll be able to do a lot with that.
Nice. No, congratulations. I'm happy for you. Have you heard of? I heard of these guys. I think they're called Creative Solutions or something like that. They've been doing. Yeah. Are they a construction company? Or are they? Oh, it's just weird that they call themselves Constructive Solutions. Okay, your mom. Yeah, that's okay.
It's not a construction company.
Okay.
It's not a constructive company. I think he does different community stuff as well.
Yeah.
Can't really say too much on that.
Okay, no problem. I understand. I get it. Yeah. Because I think he was one of the people, the groups that facilitated the 600 pounds. But you guys have shipped more than 600 pounds of Seamoss, right?
Well, I mean, we've only just started a few months ago.
What's your biggest order?
Our biggest shipment was 150 pounds, which we shipped out last week. But we have a next order coming up for about 500 pounds, and hopefully that should go into 1,000 pounds a month. And the aim is by the end of the year to be 1,000 pounds a week. Yeah.
Perfect.
So we have a lot of big plans. I think we need to have a conversation separately, me, yourself, and Crystal. You should remember Crystal. We had a call with her because we need to bounce some ideas off of you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime. I'm always make my time available to help you guys. And like I said, I'm hoping to build this business into something where we can go around and sort of just either do partnerships with people or do some kind of like sort of training to sort of show them, okay, this is how you set it up. This is how, best ways to build the drying tables, best ways to build the the solar sheds and all that kind
Yeah,
of stuff,
yeah.
because everybody
It's
has
it's so it's so crazy because there's we've been getting a lot of people that's messaging us or calling us offering to help support us with different things. Like we just had a conversation um a few days ago with someone that was interested in buying some Seamoss, and we're like, well, okay, well, show us your website. How exactly you're going to help us with this? And they're just not being transparent with us. So it's like we're not sure who we could trust.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's so many phonies coming out right now. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, I think not only that, but there's so many new players to the game, and there's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
guys just testing the waters. I get a lot of people calling me up asking prices, where it's like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
how much? Like the other day, I had someone, ask me about a container, and so we went through the trouble to calculate how much CMOS can we fit in this container, and then it
Yeah.
was like, okay, yeah, and then we give him a price, everything, and it's like, okay, yeah, well, I'm not ready for another year. It's like, another year? You know what I mean? Like, okay, let's hope the price is still the same in a year from now. I didn't say that to him, but my point is that there's nothing wrong in it, right? I shouldn't. I made it sound. I'm making a joke of it, but the reality is that the point I'm trying to say is that there's people, you never know where everybody's in their state of planning. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And some people are just in the exploratory stage. And so when you start showing them, show my website and stuff, they don't have a website yet because they're trying to figure it out. And some of them are not realistic. Like I've had lots of people that have said to me, "Yeah, I'm going to start with this order, and then I'm going to get it to this, and I'm going to get it to that, and I'm going to get up to like 500 pounds a month," and they start with 50 pounds, and I don't see them for 6 months. You know what I mean? And so, is it their fault? No, I think they just misjudged the market. They wanted to do that
Mm-hmm.
much. You know what I mean? I'm a pretty ambitious guy. I'm always like, kind of shooting for the stars. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I guess.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, DJ Crush? So, do you know that guy? Is that your boy? That your buddy?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh yeah.
DJ.
My good friend.
Yes, support. Yeah. So yeah, finishing what I was saying is that like sometimes you think that these guys are doing it like, to just like they're fakes, but they're just new, I guess. A lot of times when someone buys 1,000 pounds on it just by the questions that they're asking. And the main thing is they want to see pictures.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They want to see the quality that they have because they understand. Sometimes a guy that's just kicking it because they're just like, well, they only concerned about price, you know. So I don't know. But you never know. There's guys where at first they look like they were going to be a complete waste of time, and they turned out to be amazing deals and partnerships.
Yeah, it
So
happened.
yeah.
All that happened. I mean, I don't know. I also had so funny. I had a call last night from another famous farmer. He's like, I don't understand. I've been farming for 2 years. I'm sitting on like 5,000 pounds right now. I'm not getting anything sold. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing that's different from us? And I said, you get on social media, you run your ads, send out sample packages, do whatever. And he just doesn't want to do it.
But buy the Seamoss off him. Take the 5,000 pounds. Say, give it to me. I'll sell it.
I mean, I would, but the quality is just not the same as ours.
Then that's why he's not. That's why he's sitting on 5,000 pounds.
Yeah.
That's one of the
Quality is
things.
just not the same. The process is different, and I mean, we've tried, but it didn't work out so well.
No, that's a thing that some of these farmers don't get. Like they want top dollar for their CMOS, and then it's like, okay, well, there's a grading system. Like you know what I mean, you want top dollar, it's got to look top dollar. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And so you can't do it. But there's a market for everybody. That's the way I see it. And you know what? Maybe you could still take on as CMOS, but get it at a lower price, and then find some people that are not so picky about the appearance, because it is somewhat all the same quality as CMOS. It's just the appearance that's off.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And then sell it to them if they want it. If they don't,
Yeah.
then they don't. You know what I mean? But if you can sell it, then you're helping two people, and that's a
Yeah.
blessing. You're helping the guy who can't get rid of his CMOS, and you're helping the person that is looking for cheap quality CMOS that doesn't care
Yeah,
about the
I
price.
think eventually once we have everything up and running,
Hmm.
I would say by September, October, then we'll be ready for something like that. But we still need to.
Yeah, you probably barely
There
have
are a lot
enough.
of things to put in place.
Yeah, you barely probably have enough storage for your cells. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's
So that is what we're expanding on right now. Plus, we need to figure out how we're going to handle like the quality control and all those things.
hmm
Because remember we have all these different islands in the Grenadines.
hmm
So there's an expense getting it from one island to the next if we're going to be storing it on one island. Plus, we need to ship it to the mainland. That's another expense.
hmm
And how exactly are we going to manage the quality if it's in different locations? So
hmm
there's still a lot of things we need to figure out.
hmm
Um,
But have you
Marcel is going home next month, and then I'll be going home in September. So hopefully, once we're there, we'll get everything sorted and we'll be up and running.
hmm but how much of the area, like on your island, how much of
Mm-hmm.
you guys utilizing like of that island already? Like, what's the need to go to these other islands and get CMOS from there when you guys are at one island?
The only farm in Canawan is what my dad has. There's only one farmer for right now.
Oh,
Majority of the other farmers are in Beckway or they're in Union Island, and then there's also Myro.
yeah, but
So,
he did.
if we want to be distributing on that type of level, I just feel like it would be easier to have everything in one spot and then we ship from that one spot.
Yeah, but maybe make it these guys' responsibility that if they want their CMOS sold, they have to bring it to you.
Yeah, which is the plan, but we still need to have the storage, and for them to bring it to me, there's still a cost attached to it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's expensive. Like every box on the ferry is like $10 to $15.
Why are you guys putting it on a ferry? You can't put it on a boat, like a regular boat, and just chart it over?
That's the price for the regular boat.
Or,
There's only ferries. I mean, we could hire a speedboat or something, but that's maybe $300 to $500.
oh, okay. I don't know. I'm just thinking.
Yeah,
I thought a lot of these farmers would have their own boats and they would just bring it over on their boats.
yeah, it's expensive.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. But I mean, you'll figure out a way. I mean, they get it
Yeah,
from
we'll
these.
we'll figure it out.
They get it from these islands already and get it to the mainland. So there's got to
Mm-hmm.
be some way to do it. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We just want to do it like that so we could control the quality because like you said with your business partner, sometimes the outside will be dry, but when he dumps it, the inside will still be wet.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you going to control stuff like that from happening?
One way, but I don't know if it'll be feasible in your like environment because you have to transport the stuff from the different islands. One way would be for you to do all your own drying, your own
Mm-hmm.
cleaning and drying, and that's what some people are doing in Seamoss. They're capturing, they're buying the raw sea moss right from the
Mm-hmm.
sacks from the farmers right off the beach. So it's almost like the farmer takes his sea moss, he's got it on there, he's about to carry it home, and someone says, "Look, I'll just give you money today for that. How much?"
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And that's how they've been buying it. But then for you guys, unless you know what I mean, you transport it in the water, like keep it in a sack and pull it on the water, you're gonna have to take it out of the water. And the longer it's out of the water, the more stress the plant will get. And the more
Yeah.
stress it gets, the less quality it's gonna be. You know what I mean? There's gonna be imperfections in the sea moss. So
Yeah, I suppose that would only work if there's other farmers on Channel One and Daddy just decides to do the drying full time, get someone to maintain the farm for him,
well,
and
this
he buys it fresh from other people. But how do you even determine a price for a wet product?
it's hard to say. I mean, you could take the price of what you would sell for the dried product and divide it by like 10 or a little bit of a number around that, right? Because 10 pounds of wet makes 1 pound of dried. And so that's kind of how they do it down in St. Lucia.
Yeah.
It's roughly around the same price as like when you dry
it's like a sack, like a cocoa sack. One sack, those feed sacks, rice sacks, I believe would give about 1 pound, maybe a pound and a half. Thereabouts.
Yeah, and then that sack
I don't know how much you would weigh because I'm not lifting that.
I think the sacks, depending on how much you fill them, they're anywhere between 40 to 60 pounds. Yeah.
Well, are you talking about like the big cement bale type bags?
I think so, or the feed bags, like the grain bags, like the ones from Caribbean Grains. Yeah. So those kind of feed bags, that's what they usually use, is these sacks like those. I don't know what the measurements are.
Oh yeah, we don't have like that. We just use like what you would get. I think it's 50 pounds of rice or sugar, like a potato sack.
But why don't he just expand his farm and hire people to work his farm for now?
We're trying.
But it's hard to get right.
We've hired one person already. But what we really want to do is to encourage more farmers, so the money is flowing through the community rather than just to one person,
Well, why don't you break your farms into sections and then like lease out the sections to the different farmers, right?
Yeah, I suppose that's an option as well.
Yeah, and then by building the infrastructure for them, and you're kind of renting it out to them, you maintain the ownership of the stuff, but it's like a sharecropping model. You know what I mean? They get paid for sharing the you taking a share of the crop or whatever. They produce it and then you buy it off them at a set price. You know what I mean?
Look at that. That's something else we need to discuss.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it. Like
that he's not as young as he used to be. I mean, he's really strong, but I don't want him doing this until he's 80. No,
that's true. And I mean, really, in his position, he should be more like a supervisor where, you know what I mean? He's got the areas, he knows what to do. He can just kind of oversee it and make sure that people are doing it right. Excuse me. That's kind of like when I think about it or close my eyes, that's the vision that I see as him kind of, and maybe even getting some of these younger guys in it to pay some money, you know what I mean? To kind of make this is what they earn. The only problem with it is that for a lot of these guys, they don't want to wait the 2 months that it takes for that money to come in. It's like they need money every day,
Yeah, that's the problem. We've had people approaching us to start farming, but they only need to do it for a quick buck.
Yep.
And we're not looking to train people for that.
Well, there is no quick buck really in Seamoss farming.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like short term, there's some quick bucks, fast cash, but then, it dies out really quickly. That's what's happened a lot in St. Lucia. It like exploded where everybody was in it, and flooded with the market with like in a lot of cases low quality Seamoss because a lot of them didn't know what they were doing and they were just in it for the money. They didn't put the love and the care that's required to, produce a high, quality product,
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they don't ask questions. My dad found someone stealing some about 2 months ago, and she started running, and he's like, "Don't run, it's fine. You could take it. Like there's a lot of Seamoss, you could take some."
Mm-hmm.
And he said to her, "Do you know how to dry it?" And she said, "Well, she would go home and she would wash it with some bleach until it turns gold, and then she would leave it in the sun to dry."
Wow.
It's so funny.
Wow.
So she would leave it in the sun to dry, and he said, "Well, aren't you worried that you would poison yourself?" And she said, "No, I drink it with a lot of milk, and I take some medicine, and then I sleep it off."
Bleach
So-
in the Seamoss.
Bleach.
Wow.
You know, but like instead of just asking him a question, he's the one that's farming it. He knows how to process it. They rather go home and do something. They hear about the bleaching process,
Mm-hmm.
and they think it's actually bleach.
Bleach. Wow. Wow.
It's kind of scary. This is why you have to be so careful about who you buy Seamoss from, because
Yeah.
you have no idea what they're doing to it.
Yeah. And then especially if she were to go and sell that, like, wow. Like
Yeah.
I've heard stuff of people doing that, but I know no one in St. Lucia does that. Oh my God.
Mhm.
They get run out of town. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're very protective of their Seamoss and stuff. So,
Mhm.
but that's still crazy. That's crazy. That's like really crazy. I still can't believe that.
Yeah, she did that. I'm sorry, Khaled just disappeared. I wanted to ask him what he thought about our Seamoss because I sent him a sample a few months ago.
Sorry, say that again. I was reading something and I wasn't paying attention. Sorry.
No, I said I'm sorry, Khaled dropped off because I sent him a sample. He was talking about the Tanzanian Seamoss. I wanted to ask him what he thought about ours.
Yeah, maybe he's still watching and I can get him to come back. He's always lurking there. Let me get him to come back. And I'm going to invite, Caribbean, Carib Gem Seamoss. Maybe they'll join. I wonder if I recognize them. I'm just reading this comment because there was...
Sorry, guys, I'm here.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
Welcome
back.
Can you guys hear me? Just reading this.
Yep. I can hear me too.
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So,
So you want to jump on?
huh?
I'm just asking Kristen if she wants to come on.
Yeah. There, I'll send her an invite.
You see, Chris,
Yes.
okay.
But Khaled, she wanted to know what you thought about the sample of the Seamoss that she got that she sent you.
I thought it was pretty awesome, and I didn't know that was you. I was so scared to ask. I never saw you. Oh,
No, because our interaction was on Facebook, not from my personal account, and not from Instagram. So this is our Instagram. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, and thank you so much for taking time out and letting me, get a chance to examine and sample you guys' Seamoss.
Oh, you're welcome.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you said it was one, what was it? Oh, it was a green actually. 1 ounce gave you 4 ounces, I think. So just a few days ago, I experimented with the gold, and 1 ounce of the gold turned into about 6 ounces. I don't know why I never did that. I for some reason thought it would only give me 3 ounces or 2 ounces or something.
Yeah, I think sometimes. What do you think, Julien? On the container, if the container's bigger, I think you might get a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Opposed to if the container is smaller that you're soaking in.
Oh, really?
You think that might be true or no?
I think that the container and the level of water you put in it has a lot to do with how much it hydrates. So if you put it in the Seamoss will hydrate to the the size of the container. Like usually it will maybe peak up a little bit of it, but you'll never see it like overflowing out of the container. Yeah. And I find that the bigger the container is and the more water you give it, the more it will hydrate and soak up. The thicker
So
it will
what
be.
do you guys think about metal or plastic to soak it in?
That's a good question. Depends on the metal.
I don't know. I just use what I have.
Yeah, I like the plastic.
About that.
I like plastic more. I don't know why. The metal, I don't know. The metal pots, you know.
Yeah, I think that's okay to do it. I mean, I use like these plastic food grade containers.
So that's what I was saying earlier when I was running into that other Seamoss. It's like with your Seamoss, I'm able to get the right consistency off the ounces after soak. But with that one I couldn't. So that was giving me, just a little run in this weekend.
It happens. I know a guy that keeps his Seamoss in a aluminum container in his fridge, and he keeps it there over 6 months. And yes, in the fridge, and he eats it like raw, like just the whole piece. Like he doesn't blend it in a blender.
Wow.
Does it last in the fridge for this amount of time?
That's what he claims. I'm not doing it, but you know what I mean. Like, and it was like I went to this guy's house, like to like drop off some Seamoss, and we were talking in his kitchen, and he opened up the thing, and he's like, "Yeah, I got some more just sitting here," and I'm like, "You're gonna blend it up?" He was like, "No."
Is that really correct?
What?
Is that really correct, Julien?
No, it wasn't Roy. It's this dude that lives lives up the street from my house. It's just funny sometimes the conversations I have with people on Seamoss. And so he's just like, no, like looked at me like I was crazy, right? He's like, no, I'm gonna eat it like this. What do you mean? Like, this is not how you eat it? I'm like, no, most people blend it. They're like, blend it? The fuck am I blending it for? I just eat it like this. That's exactly what he said to me. He's like, what am I blending it for? It's like,
I mean, I don't mind eating it if it's like soap. Like when I'm blending it. But I'm sorry, I don't think I could eat it after 6 months in my fridge.
Yeah, no, this guy does that. I knew another guy that like ate it raw, like right out of the can. I sold it to this lady and never told her how to use it, and she never called me. And so when I was talking to her, she's like, "Yeah, it's it's a little hard to get down, but I'm like, how are you eating this, right?" And she's like, I'm just eating it like chips. I'm just like, no, I'm like, you're supposed to blend it in the thing, This is so funny. I'm like, you didn't even wash it. You have to wash it.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually print like a little instruction sheet and I put that on the inside. I tell you how to make it using the blender method or just using like hot water.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these people don't know.
I'm actually like I haven't executed it yet, but I'm putting a plan to get like I'll put it like this. I'm not working at the highest level of what I could be working at in this business. Do you know what I mean? Like my marketing is never really on point. My labels are never really, you know what I mean? I was more learning the industry and how it works and this and that. Now I'm getting ready to go and sort of put the time in and spend some money and get some good labels and you know what I mean? And really start marketing this product. And
hey, Julien,
yeah.
Do the labels really matter?
No.
Why can't we just focus on keeping everything authentic and raw?
Yeah,
real authentic.
I agree.
It looks like it came from, what is it, the grenadines? How do you pronounce it?
The grenadines.
You can see the packaging, the baggage.
Yeah.
You can smell it,
Well,
that's what I'm thinking.
This is when we started it. We that's where my initial thought was with the packaging. I wanted it really simple, basic. I wanted people to feel like you know what I mean. Like we spent no money on like all the money went into the quality of the product. We didn't
Like
waste money.
Make the customer feel like they was at the harvest.
Yeah, and I didn't want
to smell it, man.
Yes,
all that pretty shit.
The smell is.
Man, I don't like it.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing: it doesn't matter. Yes, but it doesn't matter as much as your effort matters.
That's right.
So you could put a fancy label on something, and if you don't put the effort behind it, it's just a fancy label on a product.
Yeah.
Right? The real magic is in the effort that you put on it. That's like, in some ways, that's why the label didn't matter to me, because I knew I was going to put massive amounts of effort. So now if I get into the stream of putting a massive amounts of effort into it, and then I throw the good label on top, my shit's just going to go.
Yeah. You should see the
because I'm already.
shots. I went Saturday, and I was able to meet a couple of the customers of the barber that gets all the jars from me. And they was telling me how they indirectly went through the journey with me. They said they were ordering Seamoss online, and they would get the labels, the label jar, and all that. They said, but with mine, it was raw, and they could remember as my consistency changed. They were so happy to meet me in person. And it's just a raw. It's the heart you put in it, you know. And they felt that, and that scared me because I didn't deal with them direct. So the energy I put with the barber and the barbers, because they were like a team. It's 3 in this one area in the back of the barber shop. The owner and 2 other guys, they work with me. And then they got younger barbers on the other side. I don't know them well because they're like 20 years old and they have all the young customers. But whatever the case, they can feel that energy, man.
Yeah, they feel the love that you put in it.
Yeah, good job.
No, man, you got to keep pushing. You got to find more markets, more locations. You know what I mean?
I think this barbershop is the thing. I might need to go to every single.
Yeah, I would.
You know, I got a Hispanic barbershop.
I'm not surprised.
Crazy.
Yeah,
and it's not to be racial, but man, it's amazing.
That's love.
It is, man. And they barely can talk English. And
they're loving the
Seamoss, man. They love it.
Health is wealth. Like health is universal. Like there's no language on health. You know what I mean? And I think it's great that you're in a position you can provide that stuff for them. You know.
All right, I have to go to bed.
It's getting late for you, eh?
All right, yeah, we'll do another live next Sunday.
Yeah,
if you receive my package.
Yes, for sure. And then get Chrissy on there.
All right.
And we'll do a team thing. All right.
Bye bye.
Bye, Khaled. Nice meeting you. Good night. Oh wait, how do I get off this? I don't know how to stop it.
Close the window or click end or something.
Oh, that's it? Okay, all right. Bye.
Killer. I hope I didn't scare her when I was talking.
It was so nice.
Yeah, I just realized. I hope I didn't scare her when I was like saying I'm going to step up my game. But what I meant was.
You remember we talked about that?
Yeah. But no, what I mean is, in sort of step up my game is just like she was saying, I don't have a recipe card in the thing, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of things that my customers or people are asking me and saying, oh, you should add this and add that. And so I think in the next few months, I'm going to slowly start putting things on there, and just stupid stuff like making the tape our logo, you know what I mean? And then taping the box with that. People like that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And well, I feel, how do you say it? It's how you prioritize things. It's like me getting the business running, me getting the momentum going, everything, the desire, the energy. That's more important than having an amazing label. You know what I mean?
Julien, I just want to tell you, from a beginner's outside looking in, I think I would love to see more content, a video from
me.
I don't care if it's you getting that semi truck coming in, or that box truck, or you at the airport, or wherever you pick up those loads like that last time.
Yeah. You like that?
Something like that from you was awesome. Any content, video wise. I promise you. It just adds more because you're already killing it. So when you do it, it's a whole nother thing. It's a whole nother energy.
Yeah.
You know, most people are doing it to build, or to show that they're authentic, or to show, or to validate. But you doing it is overkill. It's like,
well, it's like rubbing it in people's faces.
It was crazy.
Yeah. No one really like. You don't really see people getting. I think there are people that get those shipments, but they don't want anybody to know. You know what I mean? Some people are more comfortable working in the shadows.
But what's the benefit in someone not knowing?
I don't know. That's a good question. That's why I don't care to show it or not show it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not hiding it because I don't see the point in hiding it. If there was a point, then, you know, or if there was a point that I could see, then I probably wouldn't do it. But, you know what I mean? The only thing I could think of is that, you know, the more people see you doing well, the more people will secretly hate you. And that could have a negative effect on the level of blessings you get. Because you have people cursing your name. Like, damn you, Julien, another shipment. Blah!
But it should be illegal to bring hate in Seamoss. They don't mix.
Sorry?
I said it should be illegal to mix hate with Seamoss. They don't mix.
No, there should be no. It should all be love with Seamoss. And
that's
true.
Right, man. It should. And if I ever fall short, don't hesitate to stop me and say, Khalid, Seamoss is love, man.
Yeah. You know? Don't bring in the hate. It's got to be all love. But you know, it is what it is. Everybody, you know, takes it a different way, I guess. So I see it as love. I see it as pure positive energy. You know, it's like a life force in it.
It is.
But you know, whatever.
So where's Moss King? Where's McBride?
I don't know.
Where's the one guy, the trucker?
Yusuf. I haven't seen Yusuf in a while. Moss King, he's been dealing with his health. Although I did talk to him the other day and he never called me back, but whatever. I can still love it. He posted
something yesterday, I believe, or today. I saw it today, I believe. He posted something saying hi to everybody.
Yeah, they say like, hey, what's up? Let me see if I can see it.
Oh wow. But she's really coming, huh?
Who?
What's her name?
Who's Seamoss Boss?
No, the one that just left us.
Yeah, Seamoss Boss. I feel so bad because I forget her actual name, but it's her and her father in the business, and then I think she's got another partner. But amazing lady, amazing family, great people. You know what I mean? I love her dad. Her dad kind of reminds me of my dad, and so you know what I mean. I feel like that kind of like he's like my uncle or something like that. You know. We kind of look alike too, you know. It's crazy. Wow. Yeah.
She's smart too.
Oh yeah, smart, very ambitious. You know what I mean? They've built this business up, you know, and from like nothing, not knowing what to do and stuff like that, which is really hard. You know what I mean? Like I feel for people like that, you know.
They got a farm.
Yes.
Wow. That's amazing, man.
Hey, Khaled.
These people got farms. I got jars of Seamoss gel. These people got farms, man.
Yeah, Khaled, are you gonna like literally post this girl's like stuff until she responds to you?
You're gonna get her, Julie. We're gonna get her.
I'm just scrolling through this thing and I see post after post. I'm like,
she gonna find out about us one way or
yeah.
another. Someone's gonna tell her. Hey, I'm purchased from her because you can leave her a note.
I know.
And I'm like, hey, you better come join our group. We're talking about you. Don't you want to know what we're saying?
But see, she's another person, like, you know what I mean? And she's a nice person, whatever. I have nothing mean to say about her, but at least publicly. And, but like, she rather spend her time just focusing on her business, you know what I mean? Than to come and sort of like, there's no value in her. Actually, I shouldn't speak for her, you know what I mean? But I believe that she would see no value in joining a group like this unless she was able to get business from it.
I would love to see her talk to you.
Okay.
Like right now, live.
All
Would
right.
you love that?
What?
Would you love that?
Why not? I know her. She's a nice person. I've talked to her on the phone several times.
I would love to see her. And McBride and all of us,
Mm-hmm.
it'd be nice, man.
Yeah.
But he probably won't.
You know, some people just like to focus on their business. They don't like to socialize.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that's not to say like they're afraid of competition or anything like that. Just that's how they want to spend their time. Do you know what I mean? And there's nothing. And so to me, it's just my impression from knowing her is that she would rather focus on her business than to communicate and socialize. I mean,
otherwise she would have started a group, huh?
yeah. You know what I mean? Or she would be in the groups. Do you know what I mean? But she could probably barely even, you know, she's busy running her business, building it.
That's true. Do you think that she know about our groups?
Yeah, probably. I think she knows a lot about a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? But it's like, you know, she's just keeping her eye on her business, on her, you know what I mean? Her core, her, you know. Some things are for some people, some, you know, some things are not, you know. That's what it comes down to.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. It's fun, Julien.
Mm-hmm. But she's a very ambitious person, very driven, very direct, and she's a prime example of someone when you put enough desire and energy behind something, it's going to transmute into something physical. You know what I mean? And so if there's one thing I have to like respect her for is her hard work and her motivation and her energy, you know what I mean, to accomplish the goals that she wants to accomplish. I believe that she deserves everything that she gets. You know what I mean? You work for it.
She's doing good.
Yeah, I'm happy for her. I'm happy for everybody that's doing well. You know what I mean? Like everybody that's put in their time and their energy, everybody that was like you know, who took a risk that even though they were like on their last dollar or didn't know when, you know, because I've heard some stories from people where it's like, you know, 1 week they had nothing. They didn't even know when they were going to pay their rent, and then next week they're, you know, they've got thousands of dollars. You know, it's what life is. It's a gamble, no risk, no reward. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I believe
it comes pretty quick with the Seamoss.
Yeah. If you put the desire behind it, you put it the energy. God's not going to give you anything you're not ready for. And I think that's what some people don't realize is that you're not getting it because you're not ready for it. You have not prepared yourself for it. You've failed all the tests that they give you. Like if you get to a certain, I mean, maybe I'm conceited, but this is my belief that when you get to a certain spiritual awareness, you begin to see all the shit that's happening spiritually right in front of your eyes. You see how the tests are being, how you're being. I know when I'm being tested on times. I know when I've failed tests. Do you know what I mean? Because I've seen how the things have shifted because of that one thing that I was supposed to do. You know what I mean? That I knew I was supposed to do or whatever. And then I didn't, you know, act in enough faith to believe in it. And then I failed the test and I wasn't ready for it. And now it's, you know, I've slid back. A lot of times when you feel you've done, like you take a step back in life, I believe it's because you failed the test. You were on your way to grow, and the universe, God was about to release something to you, but they tested you first, and your heart wasn't in the right place, and you failed the test. Everything that didn't go right from me, I can trace it back to a point where I was being tested on something and I didn't do it, and I failed the test.
Yeah.
And then poof, everything's gone. And God will take it like that. Do you know what I mean?
It's rough, man. That's rough.
But then there's times where, you know, you're ready for something and you go through the right things and you test, you know, you pass the right test, and then this blessing has just been bestowed on you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've had blessings where it's just like something recently has happened to me that I can't go into details with it, but it's like I'm still in awe at the fact that it happened.
Where it's just like some.
Like, you hear me talking. Yeah.
Sorry, Julien.
Mm-hmm.
Now say that.
Yeah.
You said that you can't go into it, but
yeah. So I say I can't go into it, but there's something that recently has happened to me where I'm like in awe that it happened. Like, I'll discuss it with you off camera, Callie, but it's like every so often I have to think about it and be like, you know what I mean? There's no way this could have happened unless God allowed it to happen.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it was like these guys just came up and gave me this thing. Like, here, take it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm just like, okay, you know what I mean? And it's something that I've wanted or have thought about, you know, for quite a long time. That knew that it was going to happen or come to me, just didn't know when, right? But believed that it was something that was sort of going to manifest itself, and it did.
Did you get a new Porsche?
I wish.
Did you get a new white Porsche?
Yeah, I wish. I'll let you a secret. I will tell you. I won't get into it. We bought a business.
Wow.
Yeah, we bought a business, but the terms on which the business came to us, in the beginning, the terms weren't that favorable. They were just kind of like basic general terms, and it didn't look like it was going to happen. But then the Holy Spirit spoke to me and just said, Julien, just be patient, just wait. It's going to come around. And then it came around. And when it came around, it was like, literally, I said to God, I said, if this is the right thing to do, I'm going to come in with my number. I'm going to come in with what I can do and just be honest with them and say, this is what I'm capable of doing. And if they accept it, then I know that this is the right thing to do. If they don't, then I'm not going to fight it and challenge. And bro, they just, like, I could have asked for more and they would have given me more. They literally gave me everything I asked for.
Wow.
Yeah. To the point where it was like, Julien, you're an idiot if you say no. And that's the power of God. That's the power of what God can do when the time is right, and you've passed the test.
Yeah.
Like, shit that you would not, like, if I tell anybody this deal, they would fucking, even my partner was just like, how did you negotiate this? It's just like, I literally didn't. You know what I mean? I trusted God. I trusted in you know what I mean? When he said it will come back around. And if it didn't, it wasn't meant to be. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we work too hard to try and control the natural evolution of life. You know what I mean? And we're not experts at what we're doing. So lots of times we're fucking things up. We're missing our blessings. Like, it's so many turns.
Wow, that's true.
Yeah, so many turns we're missing it. We don't realize it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So getting back to saying, it's just a test. You know what I mean? You pass the test, you go, and that's why you got to keep pushing and testing.
Yeah,
testing yourself.
Real. And today we got like this family chat that we started during COVID.
Yeah.
When it was a lockdown here in the States.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we did is I got family all over the States. And so we created a video chat in Messenger.
Yeah.
We all could see each other. And then a lot of us older, so it was really shocking. And we hadn't saw each other in a long time.
Nice.
So we still doing it now to this day. But today I got upset. And I'm the baby of 5. And my siblings is just like, please go pray. Calm down.
Yeah.
And I feel bad that speaking of test, I got to learn to just relax.
Yeah.
It's, be the smaller person sometimes.
Take the high road.
Be the bigger person.
Yeah.
I don't have to, But yeah, I feel bad. I fought that test, Julien.
Yeah. That's okay. You know what I mean? Like, we are always failing tests. It's okay. It's okay to fail tests. What's not okay is to not learn from your failures.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, these are all lessons. These are all, like, they're all tests. You know what I mean? But like any test, you can fail this test and you can take the test again. And I believe that, like, if you sort of admit your wrongs and repent your sins, or you know what I mean, you go back to God and say, like I fucked up. I realize I'm not in control. You know what I mean? And you tests come around. Like, there's been times where I've failed the test and I've seen the test come back and I was able to, like, ace the test. And then the shit came. And that's how I knew it. Like, that's how I knew, okay, I passed the test. Because then all of a sudden it's like, shit just flows in.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I just had a younger cousin that I kind of helped raise. I'm not that much older than her. But I just was like, hey, look, we're your elders. You calm down and be quiet. It's just like sometimes the younger generation, they don't know when to bite their tongue and to step back.
They have no respect, no rules of the game.
And she was like, I'm 40 years old. I said, I don't care. I change your diaper.
Yeah.
Be quiet.
Do you know what I akin that to, honestly, is back in our times, if you stepped out of line, someone could possibly come up and punch you in the face.
You better believe it.
And so nowadays, people aren't afraid of getting punched in the face. They know they're not going to get. But if you knew you were going to get punched in the face, like, you would walk, like, think about that. There's times where you knew to just shut your mouth. Like,
especially when it's kind of like the older people kind of, going at it and talking about something, and then you don't really know about it because it's before your time.
And you're just like,
just listen.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I broke down.
But whatever, you stood your...
Let my temper get the best.
But
again, Julien.
But listen, I don't believe there's anything wrong in short bursts of anger. Do you know what I mean? It's when you hold that anger, because what you're doing in some ways is you're releasing it. You have this problem that's brewing inside you. You snap. You tell them. You set your, you kind of put your foot down, and then you got to just let it go. But if you start, then you start getting into the manifestation stage, where that energy could possibly, you know what I mean, turn into something that you attract that you don't want. Like, bro, I am, like, constantly mindful of what I'm thinking and how I'm feeling, and just making sure that I'm not, like, in any sort of depressed state or any sort of state where I'm, like, hating on someone or I'm upset at something that someone did or whatever, because it's those things that brew in us that allow the negative energy to hold space in our minds. Do you know what I mean? And that's how the devil itches into your mindset, is through these negative energies, through these weak-minded vibrations, And so you just need to, like, free yourself up of it. And it's like you did the right thing. You said what you had to say and you didn't dwell on it. And, and then in some ways you are showing remorse for what you do. So in some ways in the future, you may not be so quick to react as you did now because of the lesson you went now. And so I look at it as like, okay, in this situation, it didn't matter you getting angry or stuff, but there might be a situation where you really need to bite your tongue and not, or handle it a different way. And hopefully that this that memory of what happened will flash before your mind the next time it is important, so that you can say, hey, you know what, I don't want to have a look of regret afterwards. You know what I mean? let me find a different method or way to kind of express my views or my thoughts. Because my view is that there's 100 ways to skin a cat, and how you feel and how you express how you feel, there's so many different ways that you can go about doing it. You know, it's not to say what's right and what's wrong, but each one will have a different outcome depending on the situation that it's applied to. And the better you get at knowing when to apply the right pressure at the right points will help determine a more positive outcome for yourself. And to me, that's the point in life, is making it like being able to control the environment so that you ensure that you're always getting a positive outcome.
Wow, that was deep, Julien.
Yeah, sorry, I rambled on a little bit there.
Man, that was deep.
Yeah,
That was another level.
yeah.
Man. Wow.
You know, sometimes, Khaled, it's not even just me talking; it's the spirit within me talking. Have you ever heard of the infinite intelligence?
The infinite intelligence.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
If you read the book Think and Grow Rich by Dale Carnegie, he talks about it. And even, oh, the fuck. I just got logged out of my Instagram account, which is weird. You know what I mean? Like, why would they log me out of my Instagram account? Oh, let's see if I can log back in. And what sucks is that was such a good video, and I was looking forward to saving it to replay it again. I don't know, maybe they'll. Yeah, drink some tea. I'm feeling my asthma's starting to kick in. It's because I was cleaning the garage this weekend. Let's see if he comes back. I also wanted to go grab my light. This camera is good, but this camera is not as good. I find that the lighting is not the same. I wonder if they kicked me out because of what I was talking about. Got into a sensitive subject or something. I don't know. You know. Actually, while they're calling people, let me go run and get this light. I want to get a light for my face. Well, what are you standing there for? You're like in my way. I'm back. I'm back. Oh, look at that. What timing. As soon as I come back, Khaled shows up. And I got I don't know what he's called, a croquet. But I brought this light, and there's like a heavy storm. It's crazy. Because when I came outside, there was like water everywhere. And I have like an awning on my back deck, and the water was going through the awning, so it must have been really, really
Hey,
raining.
Julien, you back?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, man. Like,
That's your Wi-Fi, Julien.
I don't know if it was the Facebook or Instagram signed me out.
Wow.
Yeah, they like all of a sudden it just said, yes, that's the book, Think and Grow Rich.
Wow. Napoleon Hill.
Yes.
Wow.
So in the book and in the Bible and stuff, they talk about a dimension called like the infinite intelligence. It's a dimension on which it's like a repository for all the intelligent that's like anything that's ever designed, ever created, everything. It's all kind of stored there.
Oh.
And if you believe one, you have to believe in it. But if you allow your mind to sort of open and think freely, then you begin to get information sent to you sort of telepathically that starts talking about what it is that you want to say and stuff. And so there's times where I can feel myself tapping into the intelligence where I begin to start talking, and I'm listening to a voice I'm repeating what's being said in, like, you know what I mean? Like in my inner mind, I'm repeating what's being said to me, and that's where I'm getting the profound thoughts.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not something like based on because a lot of times I'm talking about stuff that, not to say that I barely know, but I don't know a lot about. But it does sound and logical and makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Infinite intelligence.
Infinite intelligence.
Yeah. Because, bro, there's times where I'm doing stuff where I have no idea how to do it. And it's just this voice is telling me, turn this, do this, pick up this, do that. Bro, you think I knew how to like import and export Seamoss and start a Seamoss business?
Wow.
No.
Wow.
You think I knew how to do Facebook marketing and all that stuff and do these lives? I didn't know how to do any of that stuff.
Everything is not easy. I tried it.
It's not.
It's not easy.
I mean, some stuff I know, some stuff, you know, I mean, you learn along the way, school, you pick up, you have an understanding about computers and stuff. But what to do and how to do it, I had no idea.
Wow.
Do you mean? And so it's all the drive and the desire. You know what I mean? And then at the right times, allowing myself to listen and be open for what like information is being projected to me. Because I believe that our brain is like a powerful computer, and if you ask it any question, it will give you an answer. Now, whether that answer is right or wrong depends on the question you ask it and how you ask the question.
Wow.
So sometimes to get the answer you need to know, you need to just keep asking yourself questions.
Wow. Because when you kept talking about that infant, I never got into it. I read the table of contents and a few little inserts of the book, but I haven't been able to dive into it. You know,
you got to read the whole thing.
Yeah, I know.
And like multiple times, because you will find more and more stuff in the book.
Yeah.
That go into more messages. And then you begin to realize that all the self-help books and stuff that you read and listen to, they're all based on these principles.
Wow.
But you can't lose with those principles. Like how he came up with that book, because he basically interviewed every successful person for like 20 years and then amassed everything that all these, like all the common things that these guys did to become successful and show you what it is. Like some of it is even has to do with like sexual energy and like, and not having sex or masturbating and stuff like that. And by using that energy and desire to have sex and being able to transmute that or rechannel that energy into a desire that you want. And when you start doing that, you begin to unlock powers, because the desire, the sexual desire, is like a strong life force energy. I mean, now you're redirecting that life force energy and focusing it in areas that you want to manifest.
Wow. Hey, that ain't no joke.
No, and they
I gotta read that, man.
And they teach you those techniques in the book. Even just simple things like affirmations in the morning, or writing down the things that you want in the paper. Or there's another technique on how you have to speak what you want into an existence, and then in return you have to offer something in servitude for what you're doing. Like, many times people are not getting their blessings because they want their blessing without any sacrifice.
Look at this. Look at what all I got to do. This is my my front room.
It's a nice room.
If you can see it. But look at this.
Look at those books.
This is all new stuff. This is newer stuff that I just kind of got. And this is my seat I usually sit in talking to you. Look at that. And this is on the little coffee table.
And a lot of books.
We got all those guys. So those are all like self-help, sales, self-growth, financial, you know, the ones I just showed you. The other stuff is religious, religion, you know. And
spiritual and stuff.
Yeah. So that's a lot of books, right?
Yeah. Did you read them all?
Man, no. I pray to God that someday he gives me the opportunity to have a peaceful circumstance where I could really dive into my books.
And focus on them, yeah.
Yep, and had a motivation too to complete, you know, complete them. It's not easy. It seems easy. Like, hey, look, you got the books, read them. Nah, God have to open that door for you. You have to put your mindset in that mode.
True. Or you got to set your mindset. What I've done is I try to read like a few pages, like even with my Bible, I try to commit to reading at least 2 pages every day. And then, you know what I mean? You just start setting the time for it. But I know when I was
and that's what I do too. Like the 2-page thing a day, and just thanking God for being able to do something in the hustle and bustle of life. And, you know, I got children and a lot, you know, responsibilities. So it's just sometimes, it just puts you in a state where you kind of feel crippled. You have the time, but you consumed.
Yep.
And it just, you know what I mean, Julien.
No, I totally mean this. Sometimes it's even hard to make the time because you know that you're taking, like, you know that they could possibly need you during this time, and you don't want to take that that availability away from them. You know what I mean? Like,
well, sometimes I think with me it's more so I'm overwhelmed. And I get so overwhelmed that I'll be sat down in front of the smart TV and I'm watching different YouTubes, and I wasted 4 hours when I could have read something.
Sure. Well, reading, watching things, you consuming something, as long as it's beneficial to, you know what I mean, like it helps build yourself. I don't see it's not lost wasted time. You know what I mean? It's just time spent differently.
And now I'm to the point too, I can't even watch a fiction movie. You know, my kids and my wife, they going crazy because they love the superheroes whenever the stuff come out and different stuff, but it's so fictional.
I can't watch that stuff.
I can't waste that time
on
some fictional stuff because I got things to do, you know. I got,
it's
you know what I mean?
No, bro, I listen, I don't watch TV with my family. Like, you should see us in the living room. They're watching TV and I'm on a desk looking at YouTube videos with my headset on.
Learning something new.
Yeah, always learning something new, you know?
That's right. So I feel bad. I think I do need to kind of lay back a little, kick back, and probably enjoy some of that fictional stuff and maybe release.
Yeah.
You know, but I just can't afford to do it.
Well, you don't want to burn yourself out at the same time. Sometimes you're pushing yourself too hard. You don't work as efficient as if you were to take a break and re-energize.
But I could just think I could be on my pool table, my new pool table. I could be on my ride more doing something in the yard. I mean, I just can't give 3 hours or 2 hours to Batman Return. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then my family know the whole story, the kickback, what happened last time, and blah, blah, blah. I'm just like, and the grown kids, they all come, and then they all get together and they go to the movies. And it's just, man, I can't do it.
I know. And they're all like, oh, we need you there. No, then they all complain because you're not there. They're like, oh, we wish you were there. And I find they always complain when I'm not there, but when I'm there, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Wishing why, like asking myself, why am I here? You know?
That's true. But we just got different interests. That's all.
Yeah, and that's okay. You know, that's life.
I've always been that way since a kid. I'm not finna sit up and just do nothing for nothing. That's why I stay out of a lot of trouble. That's why I grew up in a high crime area. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of times my friends and I used to question them like, okay, how much money we gonna make? What is the point?
Yeah, like why are we getting
this car? You're gonna joyride. You're gonna ride past such and such girl's house to show them you drive. But what is the gain?
Yeah, like what if it's a worth?
I'm not going.
Yeah, it's not worth getting caught. I was the same way. I was always valid. Like, okay, this is not worth getting caught. You guys have fun. I'll see you later. That was my always thing.
Is we taking the car to a chop shop?
Yeah, like
is there some elders that's gonna pay us for every perk?
Mm-hmm.
What is the reasoning for this? Joyriding? No way.
Yeah, it's not worth jail time. I stayed away from jail. That was the one thing I didn't want to be in. Not at all.
That's right.
Yeah.
I just can't do stuff that's stupid.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Mm-mm. And then I used to say the same thing about the drug dealing stuff. Like, okay, you get this much money, you get this much product, but they give you this much time. Okay, what does McDonald's pay?
Yeah.
The minimum wage? How much can I make at McDonald's in that 10-year sentence? 2-week checks every 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. That's 80 hours a week. Every 80 hours a check.
Mm-hmm.
The dope dealing is stupid. Because I can make more at McDonald's with the time you're going to get.
Yeah. Overall. That was one of the things that got me out of like dealing with that sort of like gray area in life. And it was like when I realized that the amount of time and effort that I would put into making, you know, this illegitimate thing work, I put it in the same effort into something legitimately. It's just a lot better, and you know what I mean. You have people have more respect for you and stuff like that.
But you know, that's where it comes in play. What they're saying today about financial literacy and how the impoverished areas were neglected when it comes to school, the public school system, and the different legacies passed down to you from family members to make you financially literate. Because if you was, you would not risk 20-year sentence for a key of cocaine that you only make $3,500 off if you sell it in weight.
Yeah.
The time don't make sense with the time. The money, the profit. You know?
I agree, but I'm wondering, like, even if they did teach financial literacy, would they care to listen? I think
should listen.
Crazy. But I think a lot of the problems that happens in these inner communities and stuff like that is that there's influencers in every, like, in any situation, anything. There's people that people are listening to and they're influencing your decision. And the problem I feel is that the drug dealer, the people making these money in this fast money, they're a greater influencer than doing something legitimately. Do you know what I mean? Like, you see it on the movies, you see it on the TV, you see it on right in front of your face. You see these guys, you know, being successful, this and that, and not only that, but like, even when I think about like it was with me growing up, it's like, the shit's right there. It's accessible. Do you know what I mean? Like, if they made, like, I guess financial literacy is important, but more financial opportunity. Do you know what I mean?
They go hand in hand, because financial literacy is nothing without financial opportunity.
Exactly. But it's like, if these guys knew that they had more opportunities, they would think twice about how what they're doing and why they're doing it.
The risk.
Yeah.
And that's any business.
But
you know, it don't just stop with because the U.S. government or the governments around the world deem something illegal.
Yeah.
Any business, there's risk.
Yeah. And
you
here's
have to know how to weigh those risks.
And here's the thing: the local drug dealer is willing to take a chance on you sooner than some other business guy that's going to set you up with an opportunity. And so when you look at what options you have, the only options you know are the ones that you see in front of your face. And that's this guy saying, here, take this ounce and go flip it, and I'll give you some money for it. Do you know what I mean? There's no one else coming here saying, hey, you know what? Here's a power washer. Go around and wash the power washer and give me, 10% of your earnings to pay the washer.
Yep, it's like you and I, though. What you did, with me. I knew the risk. The risk was more on you. And I just knew that I could do it.
Yeah, and he took a chance, but we're not willing to take a chance on each other's. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of times, that's one of the biggest problems that we as a Black culture have, is this trust for each other, this willing to take a chance, and if it doesn't work, then you know what I mean. It's still okay, but you gave that person an opportunity. Like a lot of people,
we flipped pretty good. I know I should have been a little quicker.
Fuck, bro, you're fine.
But, hey, I think we flipped pretty good, Joe.
No, I'm ready for you to get some more, man. Let's do this again.
Yeah, I got it. Just got sidetracked with a lot of little events.
It's okay.
Yeah, they get kind of jealous. They see me focusing a little bit on my Seamoss, and then all this and all that. They want to divert my attention, my family, especially my wife.
Yes. No, they love having control of us. They're always afraid, like in the back of their mind, and I think it's because of TV. But they're afraid that if we get too successful, we're gonna like want to change, switch up, or something like that. But they don't realize that, like, it has nothing to do with money and stuff. It's about comfortability. Do you know what I mean? And like, I want to be around someone that I'm comfortable around, that is not going to annoy me or irritate me. Do you know what I mean? Like replacing you, who already knows all my ins and outs. Why?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like at this point, I don't think I would ever start another relationship. I would just be single for the rest of my life. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? And you can always get back into it. Come up with a strategy this time.
That's right. And my wife is really business savvy, but I haven't made her privy to know the real ins and outs of Seamoss. And she just thinks it's like this hobby I'm doing.
You got to get her in it. You know what I mean? I always laugh.
The idea,
yeah.
But
she's like, oh, there's Khalid talking to his friends online, and
she said, there you go again, driving across town to make $20. And I'm thinking, honey, I'm going to get $1,000. Because I got my own little brokerage account.
Yeah.
And it's my own little personal thing that I, so I funnel everything there with Cash App or Venmo, PayPal. So she don't really know. And I'm still just, before I bring her in, I just want to make sure it's solid. I understand what I'm doing. Because she that way, she'll question me. And I won't be able to answer those questions. She throws hard ones. She's high up in, she works at a bank right now. She's like the vice president of the marketing department.
Oh, nice.
The marketing sector. So, yeah, she got all these crazy questions, man, and blah, blah, blah. And I can't answer them right now, so I'm just trying to feel my way through,
That's good.
I bring her in.
Yeah. I said that's a good idea, and then you bring her in and have her just like 1-2. She's gonna run with it.
Big, yeah.
No, you should.
Yeah, but right now it's my little hobby. I got my little man cave with my full kitchen where I keep all my Seamoss, my pool table, my little world, and I just kind of just do my little world. Right now. And where I come upstairs to my library.
Yes. And they give you that space to be.
Filled up with my stuff because I quit drinking and stuff and going to clubs 23 years ago. So we kind of structured our home around me because I stay home a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't hardly, leave home. I just work and I'm at home.
Yeah,
so we
just
got my
keep
little
yourself
world
busy.
to keep me sane.
Mm-hmm.
My shoe collection, my gun collection, my books. All my little stuff just to keep me satisfied. Where I'm not out here chasing some ass or doing something I shouldn't be doing. Not productive.
Yes. Chasing some ass gets you in trouble, man. That's not good. I've been there, done that.
Yeah. Enough about me, though, Julien. What about you?
What about me? What do you want to know? I'm an open book.
What's your take on, this next big move, bro?
What do you mean?
This next big move I'm excited about is going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really big. To the point where you'll be like, whoa, Julien was planning that. Julian's doing that. But yeah, I'm excited. You know what I mean? I'm excited to see what these next 2-3 years is going to do. I think that we're positioning ourselves into an area where we can go through a lot of different areas and expand. Like I was just talking to Seamoss boss Kanawha, where it's like, they're looking for someone to help act as sort of like consultants or someone that can help them build and develop Seamoss farms.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And like I think
I got from Seamoss boss before.
Yeah. You
got some packages, I believe.
Yeah, you got some
samples of some.
Yeah, she sent you
6 packages.
Yeah, she sent you some Seamoss about. She asked you about it earlier. And so yeah,
that
like
was her.
Mm-hmm.
That was that lady.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. She's called Seamoss boss.
she's Seamoss boss Kanawha or something, like she's from St. Vincent.
So yeah. Holy shit.
Or Kanawha. That's it. Seamoss Kanawha. Kanawha.
Is it more than one?
It's her and
is it more?
It's her and her father.
Oh, I thought you said like Kanawha, like as if it might be more than one.
No.
Seamoss boss.
No, Kanawha. Like her let me look her up so I can see it exactly. It's like her name. The company name is like Seamoss something, like Kanawha or something. Hold on. This thing.
Yeah, and I was thinking, because I had got some more Seamoss from St. Vincent.
Yeah.
But that's her, and I do like their Seamoss too. I did a video on theirs.
Yeah.
Of course, I did a video on everyone, right?
Yeah. No, but their father is really, he cares about the Seamoss. Look, he's very serious about it, very passionate.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys own a farm, man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to own a farm, Julien?
I have a farm. What do you mean?
Oh, you already have one, huh?
Yeah, I have a couple.
A couple? Oh,
Yep.
Man.
And then we have, like I partnered with a few guys where it's like, we share the costs on the farms. They grow all the Seamoss and then they sell it to us at a set price.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you know what they're doing? If
Huh?
they're doing what's right?
Well, my business partner's there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he does all the procuring, he does all the purchasing, he does all the quality control, he does everything. He makes sure that like I get the best Seamoss on the island.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's a heck of a partnership.
Yep. I mean, he's more than just my partner. That guy's like my brother. He's like my best friend. He's like my family. Like, I love that guy. I'd take a bullet for that guy.
Wow. So what if something happened to him? What would you do?
Fucking shit my pants.
Man. said
You know
without
what I mean?
guarantee.
I'd be like,
Ain't-
what the
ain't
fuck?
guaranteed, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if worse comes to worse, like I could probably pick it up and go, but I'll say this, that there's a high likely chance that I would be getting ripped off left, right, and center. If there's one thing that my partner does, is he protects me from getting played. The amount of people that try to play me is astronomical. You know what I mean?
Trust me, I know.
Yeah. So the
I
cap.
used to want to come and expose all the people that do that,
Mhm.
but I've learned from your group to be quiet.
Yeah,
I never knew it was a space to be quiet and navigate through all the bull crap,
yeah.
scamming and lies and misleading.
You know what it
You
is?
know.
It's how you present the information. Do you know what I mean? If you come in and start playing like, oh, everybody's got to freak out, everybody's got to follow me, come on, then they're like, you know what I mean? But if you present the information in the right way, people will be like grateful that you kind of saved them from being scammed or ripped off. Like I do believe that these people should be exposed, but there's a way to go about doing it, and it can't be in a sort of like an attack of method. You know what I mean? Like
That's
let me
that's the hard way.
yeah, like let me inflict some pain. Like it can't be from a revenge standpoint. I've always noticed that the online social etiquette does not like it does not favor well to those that are trying to seek revenge on others. You know what I mean? Or those that are trying to play too much of a victim. You know, it's really
That's
how
right.
yeah.
I saw that too, Julien.
Mhm.
People come and play the victim too much,
Yeah.
and it's always something behind it peculiar. Like, look at the one case with the one guy. I don't know if you can remember it.
Yep.
But he did a video,
Mhm.
and he was doing some Seamoss for low prices.
Mhm.
And so even I jumped on to see what he had cooking.
Mhm.
I think his name was Kobe's, maybe.
Yeah. Or maybe it was
You
G
know him?
Allen.
Kobe's.
Yeah.
COL.
No, I remember
something like
Kobe.
that. But whatever the case, another guy from like another country
Mhm.
said he cheated him. He said, "You robbed me."
Oh.
From a victim perspective. But then that guy, Kobe's, or whatever his name is, I'm saying his name wrong, God, please forgive me.
No, I know
He
this
did a
story.
video driving and
Yeah.
explained what happened.
Yeah. Marvin.
You remember that?
Yeah, it was with Marvin.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I learned even as a victim, sometimes it's misleading or the whole story. It didn't happen exactly the way the person said it, but you're not necessarily lying.
Well, if I remember exactly with that story, the person that was making the complaint wasn't Marvin. It was someone else that knew Marvin. And they were attacking Kobe and saying a bunch of shit that they didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, Kobe.
Yeah. And that was the issue. But even with the case of Marvin, see, a lot of times what happens is that these guys, they're not business people. You know what I mean? They're farmers and they need to make money. And sometimes, and I'm not saying that Kobe did this, right? But sometimes what happens is that the buyer will get into an agreement that is favorable for the buyer, but really not favorable for the seller. And the seller gets into these agreements without realizing it. And then sometimes they're trying to get out of that agreement, or they have trouble fulfilling that agreement. And that causes a lot of issues. You know what I mean? And then there's a lot of just miscommunication of what the expectations are, what they're able to deliver, and how they're able to deliver it. Like sometimes they'll say, oh yeah, shipping's included, but then they don't mention the cost of the local fees. Or they'll get you a quote for the shipping, and the shipping costs this much. But then when they go to ship it, there's these things called local fees, right? And you don't know what these fees are going to be until you actually ship. So even if he wanted to tell you what there's local fees, he can't tell you what those local fees are until they're, you know what I mean, until the Seamoss is weighed and checked in, and then they huh?
Until he get to that stage.
Yeah, well, no, I'm referring into shipping. So when you ship by air, you have to bring the CMOS to the airport. Then a company, you bring it to the carrier that's shipping it, and then they hand it off to this other company. That really all their job is to do is to take the CMOS, store it in a secure warehouse, and then bring it and put it on the plane before the plane takes off. Right? So the company that does that, they charge what they call local fees. But you don't know what those fees, like some of those fees you know, but you won't know the exact price until it's all weighed up and the dimensions is this and that, because they charge you a storage fee and some other bullshit. So, you know, sometimes these farmers will give a quote and the price is off because they forgot to include the local fees. And then when they come back to get more, the buyer thinks that they're getting ripped off because it's like, oh, what is this extra money for? You know what I mean? But had he explained in the beginning, these are the costs, these are the procedures, this is what happens, this is the expectations. You know what I mean? Like being able to manage someone's expectations is critical in doing business dealings, you know? And sometimes they're not able or they're not comfortable with being honest and managing their expectations. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So for example, they'll tell the guy, oh, the CMOS is coming next week. And then, you know, what they really haven't said to the guy is like, you know, I'm short $50 to go get this phytosanitary certificate. And, you know, I need this extra fee that I didn't calculate. And I didn't realize it's going to cost me $80 to get a truck down when I thought it was going to be 40. So now I'm short with all the money because when he sent me the money, I had to spend some money on bills. And do you know what I'm saying? Like all this stuff happens that sets off the delivery, but they're not comfortable calling you up and saying, hey, I can't make this delivery because I don't have any money to ship it. Because then you'd be like, well, what happened to the money I sent you? Well, yeah, that money went to bills and paying back people that haven't paid because I haven't made a sale in 3 months. Do you know what I mean? That's you know, that would be a typical story. You know what I mean? And so they can't come back to the buyer and tell them that this is the situation. You know what I mean? The buyer wouldn't understand. He'd think that they're ripping him off. You know? So a lot of times when the CMOS is getting...
Basically, do you say that the CMOS business isn't as crooked as I might think it is?
No, it's not as... Yeah. For the most part, from what I've seen, most of these sellers, especially in our group, most of the sellers are genuine people that are not looking out to rip anybody off. But what happens is that they get into positions where there is no other viable solution but to you know what I mean, sort of let the buyer take the loss, or whatever, like these guys aren't Amazons. Like they're not making millions of dollars. And then imagine, these buyers are just like breaking them down for acting as if the stuff's free. You know what I mean? But they usually, a lot of these sellers in the group, they're buying it from farmers, and then they have to pay to box it and bag it, and then you know what I mean, like ship it. That's a lot of added expense and work.
It is.
Yeah.
I never looked at it this way.
No one does. They just think that this is a commodity, and we can push it to as low as price. But then they got to realize that there's a certain point where it's like you can't get any cheaper. Like no matter whether you bought 50,000 pounds or 5,000 pounds, you can't get it down to 1 cent. It's just not possible. And in fact, it costs you more when you get to a certain level. Like when you get over 500 pounds, you know what I mean? It becomes more expensive, extremely more expensive. Because
how are you able to get it free shipping, Julien?
How am I able to get free shipping?
Yeah.
I mean, easy. I incorporate the cost of the shipping to the price.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So what about if I got 5,000 pounds from you.
Mhm.
You're able to give me that, right?
Yeah, because I've put the. Yeah, I'm able to give you that, and I mean I can include the cost of the shipping because I'm pricing it with the cost of the shipping included into the price.
Oh,
Do you know what I mean? Like if there's two ways I can charge you. I can charge you the price with the shipping or the price without the shipping.
can you give me an example? A quote on 5,000 pounds?
You want me to quote?
Or is that would be just something we do Friday?
I mean, I can give you a quote on 5,000 pounds.
On the live or?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I'm not saying, Julie, don't let me pressure you guys.
No, I'd do it for like $12.
Crazy.
I'd do it for like.
I don't know etiquette, you know.
Yeah, no, I don't care. Like $12. $12 a pound.
Well, $12.
Yeah.
So we do $12 times 5,000,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's my price, and you'll ship it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll ship it directly to you from St. Lucia.
Yeah. Sorry, my son came. Sorry, Julie.
No, it's no problem. It's all good.
Where were we?
We're agreeing on a price, $12 for 5,000 pounds, and then I'll ship it directly to you. When do you want it? Next week? I got it right now. I can ship it to you tomorrow.
You really do?
I do.
5,000 pounds
What?
right now.
Huh?
Of any color?
No. I have maybe about 4,000 pounds of gold, about 500 pounds of purple, and a couple 100 pounds of green in mixed color. So that 5,000 at 12, we're talking $60,000.
60,000?
Mm-hmm.
So we got 5,000. Yeah.
Yeah. So
12.0.
so
$60,000.
the kappa you're asking earlier, you're asking just now about 100 pounds. I actually have a sale right now that's going on. Actually, I can do better than the sale on 1,000 pounds. But I have a sale, Khaled. I don't know if you know this, but 25 pounds gold for $4.99 with shipping. That's not a bad price.
We leaking out a little bit. Can you hear me, Julien?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'll say that again, the last little part.
I said I have a sale, 25 pounds for $4.99, including shipping.
For $4.99, 25 pounds.
Yeah.
So $4.99 divided by 25.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's that 19. That's $20 a pound.
Mm-hmm.
$19.99.
$19. Yeah. $19.99, I think. But I am going to look up and see what I can do on 100 pounds of gold. So right now, yeah, right now, 100 pounds of gold, I got it selling for $2,200. I can do it for, I don't know, $1,850 for 100 pounds.
Oh, so $1,850. So minus $1,850.
Yeah, so I'll take
That's now $3.50.
$350. Yeah.
It's actually 100 pounds for $2,200 is $22 a pound.
Yeah.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Sorry about that, Colin. I was like freaking out because I could hear the music playing. And I guess, I don't know how it happened because I'm not playing any music on my phone, but I have an Alexa outside and the Alexa started playing music. which is not good because it's playing out in my backyard. And so imagine it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning and all my neighbors could hear me blasting KRS-One, Step Into the Rapture. You know that song? Step into a world where hip hop is. So I'm hearing,
KRS-One.
yeah,
KRS-One, man.
yeah. So I'm hearing about that, and I'm hearing it. I'm like, where the hell is that coming? Because only I, in the house, only I would listen to that music. Like no one listens.
Did you see Versus?
Yes.
KRS-One against Big Daddy Kane.
Awesome.
He slayed him with that, didn't he?
Awesome. Awesome.
Slayed him with that song right there.
But here's the thing: KRS-One is if you've ever seen him in a concert, his concerts are ill, like ill.
They are.
I remember as a kid, like I think I was 16 or 17, we paid money and I invested in I used to invest in these concert promoters, and they would bring in like Wu-Tang Clan and stuff like that. And one time they brought in KRS-One, so I got to meet KRS-One, hang out with him. The dude is fucking tall. That was what I remember about him being. He's like 6'1". He's like a massive dude, like
Wow.
like a giant. Like he's huge. Yeah, and he tore the show up, tore it up. You know what I mean? And just like he had this guy, he had Super Rhymes or Supernatural. You remember Supernatural?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, his boy Supernatural was there, and like they're kicking like all kinds of freestyles, and it was badass.
I know it was dope, man.
Yeah,
I
it was
love
a dope show.
KRS-One. But I think Big Daddy Kane, that wasn't a good matchup, because Big Daddy Kane, when KRS-One was at his peak, Big Daddy Kane wasn't thought about. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So I think it's a generational, as far as hip hop, it's generational gaps or error. I call it an error, I guess.
Yeah.
Different errors. You can't compare Tupac to Rakim. They different errors. You know, it's like trying to compare, like they did E40 and Too Short. But when Too Short was out, E40 was in high school. He wasn't even a star. So that's not a comparison.
Yeah.
You know.
But even KRS-One and those guys, they were kind of like the same around the same times, but they were different styles of music. Like KRS-One's
No, that's MC Shan. Big Daddy Kane came years later, man.
But KRS-One,
you know that?
But what I'm saying is KRS-One was still putting music out when Big Daddy.
He was still putting music out to this day. But I'm saying KRS-One would have been better off against Chuck D or Rakim. Someone of his era. He's not of the era of Coogee Rap and Big Daddy Kane. They're a different era. They took over Queensbridge later. First it was MC Shan them and Biz Markie and all them dudes.
Mm-hmm.
That's during KRS-One time. Mr. Magic, Molly Mall.
Yeah, that's when he was like, I don't know, that was his initial beginnings. KRS-One has been the hype for years.
Oh yeah, he is, but I still think that he a different caliber than Big Daddy Kane. Big Daddy Kane is a later generation.
Okay.
Big Daddy Kane should go up against somebody like Coogee Rap.
Well, I see this. They're more similar styles. Do you know what I mean? Because I used to DJ, right? And so I know KRS-One, because KRS-One had the Stop the Violence movement and all that kind of shit.
That's
and he
right.
and he had
Big Daddy Kane wasn't thought about then.
Yeah, Big Daddy Kane was out around then. Like a year later.
He did an interview saying he was mad at Big Daddy Kane, like mad at KRS-One for years because he didn't invite him to do the self-destruction.
Mm-hmm.
He finally released why he was mad at Chris all these years.
But he was
Look
still
it up on YouTube.
But this is what I'm saying. They were still around that area. Big Daddy Kane fucking
He wasn't out yet.
Listen, he was in the Juice Crew and shit. He helped fucking that's why they never battled.
He was in self-destruction.
They never battled because him and Big Daddy Kane and KRS-One were friends.
No, Big Daddy Kane was supposed to battle Rakim at one point.
Maybe, but I know this that Big Daddy Kane was in that crew with MC Shan and all those guys. He was the new guy, and they wanted him to battle KRS-One, and he was kind of like, "Fuck no, this is my boy." What happened? I thought I was the new guy. There was an interview where he did that. He talked about that.
But it's sort of like taking Tupac and having him battle Ice Cube.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they different eras.
Yeah, but not so much eras, but like styles.
Well, shit. I was when NWA came out. I was in the 10th grade, man.
Mm-hmm.
When Tupac came out, I was just graduating high school. There was a different era. Like it was different haircuts.
Yeah.
We were wearing Jerry curls when NWA came out and Raiders hats.
Yeah.
By the time Tupac came out, we was getting nose rings and shit. And had high top fades. I don't know, man. It's just different eras to me, man.
I don't know. I find that they were all sort of different, the same eras, but just different styles. Like hip hop had so many styles at the same time. Like you had Public Enemy and you had De La Soul, all in the same like thing.
But De La Soul later.
Huh?
They a little later, man.
No, they came. No, listen. Though all those guys came out around this, the Public Enemy was still releasing music then.
Yeah,
they still had hype tunes. Yeah, they still had hype tunes.
That's a Sonic birth. De La Soul.
Yes, true.
So it's just a different thing. Just like Ice Cube. Ice-T birthed Ice Cube. Ice Cube birthed Tupac. Tupac is just Scarface, Ice Cube, and Rakim mixed. That's all. That's it. That's Tupac.
Not always. Because listen, Tupac was never. He wasn't always so gangster. Tupac used to be like De La Soul.
He did.
Yeah,
he was rebel. He was a rebel.
But he was
black. You know, Black Power.
Not always. Not always. He was in what did they call him? Fucking what was that group? Digital Underground.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't spinning gangster then.
That's right. It was more pro black though, right?
Yeah, he's always been pro black. He's always been like, you know what I mean, like an activist in a sense. His mom's an activist. It's kind of hard for him not to.
Afrocentric, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I think he's a touch of Chuck D too. So Chuck D, Rakim, Ice Cube, and Scarface mix.
Is what Tupac is?
That's what I believe. And he even did an interview saying that he mastered their styles. He liked the Five Deadly Venoms. You know that karate movie?
Mm-hmm. I never watched the Five
Deadly. He liked the one that learned everyone's style.
Mm-hmm.
And he said he spent nights, recording their music and mastering their style.
I
don't know.
I've always been East Coast hip hop. That's me. East Coast hip hop for life. West Coast was like, meh. I like West some Coast, of the guys.
They had their Ice-T,
yeah,
King T.
But I never really got into their music too much. You know what I mean? I was more, I was more like the Nas, the, you know what I mean? I loved De La Soul growing up. I was a big De La Soul fan. I love that.
But as far as the culture, what you want to take is sometimes when you get away from the flow, you get away from the beat, which is the production, because these are the things that can mesmerize a person, which is the wordplay, which is the delivery, the beat. When you get away from some of that, sometimes to us that grew up in the ghetto, hip hop is news. So when we were able to go to the West Coast and hear the news of the Crips and the Bloods, what they were going through, it was like for a kid riding his bike down the street, what the cops were doing with Rodney King and the way they were harassing the gang members and just the different elements of what they were living through. They was able to Spice One, E40, Too Short, Ice-T. They was able to tell us.
There were more storytellers. These guys aren't the storytellers. I hate the music nowadays. It's garbage. Like there's no heart, there's no storyteller.
You think they weren't good storytellers? Ice-T was the king storyteller.
And even before Ice-T,
like Ice-T?
Hey, do you remember Schoolie D?
Schoolie D was the best one in the world. This is where Ice-T get his style from.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
Schoolie D is from the East Coast.
Yes, I know. I used to love Schoolie D. And I would play this people and they'd be like, "What the fuck is this?" I'm like, "Bro, you don't know hip hop, man."
But you don't know. You don't think NWA brought you to Compton?
Huh? They don't what?
Do you feel like when you look back at NWA, do you agree that they brought us to Compton?
Yeah, man, they put Compton on the map. No one
I know
really.
I'm saying inside of our head took us there.
Yeah,
it's like they walked us through there.
NWO is mind blowing. The shit that they were doing and stuff. It was just like, what? Rappers are doing what? Machine guns? What? Gang members?
And MC8.
Yep. I know.
You like MC8?
Yeah, MC8's all right. I'm not a big fan of it, but you know.
Now that's the 90s.
I play his tunes. Yeah.
That was showing LA and Compton in the 90s. Like Minister Society time. Boys in the Hood was more of the 80s. And NWA was more of the 80s.
Okay.
You know?
I don't know. I lumped them all up in the same sort of like early 90s, early 2000 sort of like set, you know. I don't know. It's all
Space One was pretty dope. E40 was dope.
Yep.
MC8 was dope. Ice Cube, of course, in WA, Eazy-E was
phenomenal.
Ghetto
Boys. You remember Ghetto Boys? They were badass.
The Ghetto Boys is the best man ever. Scarface the king.
Yeah, he's out.
Can't nobody write with Face, man. Face is awesome.
And
he
then,
a man's man, you know.
And the ATLians, is that what the group?
Oh yeah, Andre 3000. Man, come on.
And Big Boy.
That's right. And my man Black Thought. I love my man Talib Kweli.
It's just so Black funny Star. You were saying that Black Star. That was on my mind. I was just about I was waiting for you to stop talking so I could say Black Star. That I love Black Star. You know, and early Kanye.
Yeah, he's the best rappers in the history of rap.
One of my favorite rappers from the 90s was do you remember K's Solo?
Oh man, you know I love K Solo. That's Redman. That's how Redman got on.
Yeah, it was through K Solo. Their cousins or something like that. Yeah, they got it through. And EPMD. I mean, how can we not?
EPMD, come on, bro.
You know what I wanted? You know what I wanted to do so long, and I haven't had the time to do it. I want to do like a series of like content videos where I take songs from EPMD and I make fun of like you know how they always talked about sucker MCs. I want to find like sucker Seamoss sellers. You know what I mean? And make a joke on like I haven't figured out how to write it out, but I want to do something like that where it's like I come in because if you remember EPMD, they were always fighting against the whack MCs and
right.
knocking niggers out.
That's the whack MC movement, man.
I'll be taking all the Seamoss suckers out. Sucker Seamoss sellers.
Bro, those were the good days.
Oh yeah, hip hop was great.
He the king. You like Rakim?
Yeah, man, of course.
Man.
Bro, I used to do the turntables and the back-to-backs and the spinning and airplane, everything. Like, and the so I used to do back-to-backs and wreck him all the time. Follow the leader. Follow the leader. Follow the leader.
You know? So who you think the best Rakim or KRS?
In what style? Like battle lyrics or?
I know you met KRS. So what you think?
I don't know. It's hard to say. Here's the thing. KRS to me is more versatile, more sort of all he can go to any party and rock the party. You know what I mean? No matter who you are. Whereas Rakim, he has his style, he has his lane, and it's kind of like, not to say that it's narrow, but he stays kind of within that area, which is good lyrics. You know what I mean? Good flow. You know, so it's hard to say, but I would pick like if you told me all I can do is listen to Rakim's music or all I can do is listen to KRS-One's music, I would listen to KRS-One's music.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I find I would enjoy Rakim's, but after a while, it would be the same songs.
Okay. What about Chuck D?
Chuck D's awesome. Love the music. I mean, I wish. How do you say it? I need to start listening to more Public Enemy. Like it's been too long since I've listened to them. Yeah,
that was a real movement, huh?
For sure. And I feel like in some ways, they killed that movement. They killed our ability to sort of like we were getting into that area where we were starting to become self-aware of ourselves and our issues and start to fix some of these problems and stuff like that. And then they started killing all that kind of music, and they've changed the music into what it is now, which is really not where I feel our music should be as a culture. I don't think that it does anything to uplift us as a people. I don't think it does anything to bring us together. I don't think it does more to create a false sense of reality.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of these guys that are actors, like I don't want to discredit the hard work that they took to get there, right? But a lot of these performers, they're just entertainers.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And so that heart and soul that used to be in hip hop, I don't see it in there as much. It's now formulated music. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all.
Wow.
There's no creativity anymore. There's no heart. Like maybe sometimes with Kanye or maybe a little bit of Drake where they're trying new stuff, but like a lot of them, you know what I mean? Amigos, Cardi, you know what I mean? Like these other, it's garbage.
So how do you feel about Drake?
It's okay.
Do we rate his own raps?
Huh? I don't
Do we
know.
rate his own
I
raps?
don't think anybody really writes their own raps. Especially when you get to a certain level, you just can't. You got so much going on. You're doing so many things that to find an afternoon or 5 hours to be creative, it's almost like impossible. Like think about that. With all the stuff that they're doing, where are they finding the time to have silence, to think, to develop a rap? You know what I mean? And then even then, at that level, your level of insecurity is so off the charts that you know what I mean? You need a bunch of people boosting you up and pushing your energy because you begin to be insecure. I have a friend of mine that was like a very famous music producer. And he would always share to me about how like he would be terrified to release songs or to play songs for certain people, not knowing how they were going to react to the song. And sometimes he would question, like, you know, is this good enough? Do I need to put more in it and stuff? And he would always kind of say to me, like, you're only as good as your last hit. Do you know what I mean? So you need to constantly be putting out hits. You know what I mean? And then there was a certain time where he wasn't really putting out hits, and you know, now he's not in the same space where he was before.
Yeah. So you like Drake?
Yeah, I enjoy some of his music. Some
Do
of
you
it I
think it's
don't.
soft?
Hmm?
You think it's pretty soft?
Yeah, some of it's soft. Some of it's cool. You know what I mean? I like the beats. I'm more of a beat guy or a real lyrics guy. Some of his songs, I feel like the lyrics could do work, but some of them lyrically, they're pretty good. You know?
What about Tory Lanez?
Never really.
Is he from Canada?
Yeah, he's from Toronto, but I never really listened to him. I thought he was like an R&B singer.
You think he's an R&B singer?
I don't know. I never like.
No, he's a rapper.
Yeah, after like a certain point, the music became so shit that I can't keep up with these artists. I'm just being honest. You know what I mean? Like unless their music really kind of jumps out to me, you know what I mean? So like I don't. What song has Tory Lanez done that's popular?
I think he got quite a few hits.
Yeah, I'll have to look him up.
He's known really. He went with Megan Thee Stallion, and some shooting occurred with her.
Yeah, that chick's fucked up. Like, how did she even become pop? Like, where did she come out of nowhere? You know what I mean?
And she's ugly.
Yeah.
I'm looking at her face like, whoa.
Yeah.
You know, but all our black sisters are beautiful.
Yes,
but I'm
for
just
sure.
saying, they're pumping up her to be some sex symbol, and I'm like, no.
Well, this is my problem with like society nowadays. Everything is so fake that you can take almost anybody and turn them into a sex symbol.
But they do claim her body's real. All her parts are real.
but either way, the fact that, like, you know what I mean, you could take anybody and turn them into a sex symbol and make it sound like, you know, like that's the level of fakeism.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
that's true.
Like, I've always wondered, like, what is it that makes these people famous and some people not? You know what I mean? It's all fake. Like, you know what I mean? Everybody's all the same level. It's just whether or not the right people decide to, you know, to back you.
Yeah, we gotta hope that they don't get these rappers and all these popular people don't get host to our Seamoss. Take over our industry, man.
It's coming, bro. It's coming.
We doing all the groundwork.
It's it's coming. You know, and this is why I always keep saying, guys, they need to kind of step up their game and sort of push it and stuff. And yeah, because these other people, they have bigger pockets and they're willing to invest more money, and they'll speed it up. You know what I mean?
And they'll go over to St. Lucia and places like you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
But it'll be a rapper behind it, 50 Cent or somebody that's doing the farming and that's putting their face on it.
I honestly, I think it will be another country besides St. Lucia. I don't think what?
I was just like using that as an example.
I know.
I think a rapper with their popularity.
No, the reason why I say it is that because there's a lot of countries that are more open to leasing out what's called the Queen's chain. Now, don't, like, how do I say it? You can't quote me on this. Can't, like, do it, because this is more just like my thought. I have no sort of proof or any insider information or whatever to so. But my belief is that one of the main reasons why we have not had any large scale investments into St. Lucia is because in order for them to secure their investment, they're going to have to make sure that they have some rights on the Queen's chain. And I know from watching other issues when it comes to the Queen's chain in St. Lucia is a very hot topic. And you know, anytime a hotel is trying to be built and they're infringing on the Queen's chain and stuff like that, it becomes a very hot issue. And I don't believe any St. Lucians would be comfortable or acceptance of a foreign country coming in and leasing a portion of the Queen's chain and you know, exploiting the resources without giving significant concessions to the St. Lucians. And rightly so. You know what I'm saying? And so, because I've always asked myself, what is stopping people from coming to St. Lucia and doing what I've been kind of thinking that they could be doing? And lately I've been asking myself, could it be the Queen's chain? Because a couple of times when I've talked to government officials, they've brought that subject up where they've said, like when we talked about investments, and they said, well, you know, no one would make any significant investment because there's no way to secure any land rights.
Wow.
You know.
So do you think that they would possibly, like, if a rapper got involved, because he could also bring more tourists? He could bring more rappers to visit and also draw more tourist attraction?
I don't think the government would touch it. I think that if anybody leases the Queen chain, and that there's not a significant benefit for the St. Lucians, then there will be riots in the streets.
Okay? Oh, wow.
Yeah, for sure. Come on, think about it. You're in your community. You've been suffering and sacrificing for the last 30 years to produce a product. It's now become famous, and your government, instead of supporting you and putting money into you, rents a portion of the land so that some other company can come in and become your competitor?
You know what I'm saying? What if they find a guy like you found your partner, and they pour it into them?
You can't.
You say, like, let's say, for instance, Meek Mills. You know Meek Mills?
Yeah.
He found your friend, your partner, and he do what you're doing, except for he got a famous face behind him.
Yeah.
Because I know Meek Mills like Seamoss. That's why I brought him up.
Yeah. Well, I'll start with this. And I mean, maybe this can sound conceited, but I think there's only one guy like my guy. on the island. I don't think that
Oh, okay.
out of all the people that I've seen, I don't think that there is any guy besides him that has the connections that he does and has the relationship and the respect and the integrity that he has.
Yes, trustworthiness, huh?
Yeah, and so like you could get Meek Mills going and finding a guy that could supply them Seamoss and probably a lot of Seamoss, but it wouldn't be. They wouldn't have the same kind of connections as my partner has, or the same level.
Would they allow Meek Mills to invest in the farm equipment, the farm per se?
Oh, I'm sure they'll take it. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: there will be nothing to stop these guys, and I'm not saying that they would do it, right? But there would be nothing to stop them from taking some of the Seamoss and selling it through the back door.
Okay.
So he could do this, right?
You said they'll rob them blind.
Well, I don't know if they'll rob them blind, but you know what I mean? This isn't any business. It's not just St. Lucia. Think about it. Any place you've worked for, there's always been someone skimming somewhere.
Skimming off, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's you know, they're taking shit from the shelves. Dude, at Pizza Hut, I used to rinse Pizza Hut. What are you talking about? You know what I mean?
You
like
used to what?
rinse, like meaning like I used to just rot like as a kid, because you know, like fuck, no one. Like there was a point where we would get so busy selling pizza slices that we wouldn't be able to put all the pizza slices in the machine and cash them out. So when you go and you run your till, you find that your till is like $800 over. Because you sold so many like there would be I grew up in an area called the Beaches area, and sometimes they would have these things called jazz festivals or whatever festivals, and your fucking restaurant is like brand madness. You know what I mean? So let's just say, you know, if there was $800 worth of sales, 500 might have got recorded, and three of us split $100 each. You know what I mean? that kind of shit happened as a kid, you know. So there's always, like, I've always told people, like, expect that to happen. The only way to combat that is to treat the person so disproportionately nice that they would regret or feel guilty trying to steal from you. That's the only way you can get around it. So even though it's almost like they could either take it from you or you could give it to them, but either way they're going to get it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Either way they're going to get it.
Yeah. That's why sometimes I know when some people are stealing from me, but I allow them to do it, because to me it's like, as long as they're not stealing more than like as long as it's not getting to a level where it's going to destroy my business, they somewhat they feel that they deserve that money. And if they deserve it, then they can have it.
Yeah.
Like I've always,
some people even get pissed off if the person is like making some money. Like they might make a deal where, let's say for instance, you wanted $50. They sell it for 75 and keep 25. Some people get mad at that.
Mm-hmm.
The person aren't really stealing. They're giving you your 50,
mm-hmm.
but they're just side hustling it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Now, where I have the problem,
get pissed if they find that out.
Where I have the problem is when they tell you, okay, you know what, I have to pay this much money or this and that. Can you give it to me for, instead of 50? Can you give it to me for 40? And then I go and turn around and sell it for 80. Like that would piss me off, because it's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, did you really have to squeeze me for that extra bit so that you can make money? Now, if you were selling something at $80 and you wanted to drop it down to 70, and you came to me and was like, hey, can you meet me halfway or something like that, then sure, let's do this so that we can sell more Seamoss, right? Yeah. But I don't think it's right that I lower my price so that you can increase your profit without increasing more sales for the both of us.
Yeah.
What was that?
But Julien, that'd be a perfect world if the people that do that, what you just mentioned.
Yeah, but yeah, I know.
It'd be a beautiful world.
It would. We would work a lot smoother. People are more honest. But like, and that's something that happens a lot in St. Lucia, where it's like there's been situations where it's like, say someone says to us like the best price I can do is $30, and you know who the person they're getting it from, and you say okay 30, like I want $25, or sorry, I want to do it for $28, and they're like no I can't do it for 28, it's 30 or forget it. And then you go to the person that they're getting it from and you ask them and they're like, oh, I'll give it to you for $20. And it's like, what? Like, are you crazy? Like, and you want to go back to the person and be like, you wouldn't do this for $2 less, and you were making that much money on the thing, and like sometimes all these guys got to do is walk it across the street. Do you know what I mean? So it's like that I don't agree with. Like, make a few bucks, be happy. Like, you know, charge the value of the work that you're doing, like a fair value. But don't rinse me because you think I have money. Right? You there? Khaled?
Yeah, it's all you.
Yeah.
All you.
I just rambled on. You left the screen.
No, I went to grab
You lie. You didn't even tell me you were going.
No, Julien, I was listening to you. I swear to God, I just stepped right here.
I'm teasing. I heard your son. He's like calling you. Dad, he's talking to you.
Yeah, I know, because he saw me step out, and he gave me away, man. My son. He didn't see me, because I went into the kitchen to I wanted to grab this Seamoss.
This nice Seamoss.
Yeah, this is that stuff your stuff.
Yeah. That's the stuff I sent you?
Yep.
That's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
It looks like nicer. I should have charged you more for that.
No, man, I got lucky, man.
Yeah.
You hooked me up.
Oh, I got some other stuff I can sell you for the same price that's a little bit nicer.
A little bit nicer?
Yeah.
How much? Yeah, you already told me how much.
Oh, you want to know how much I can give it to you for?
Huh?
I think I told you 15. Right?
15?
Yeah. For that stuff, right? I can still give it to you around 15. Really, it should be 16, but I like you, so I'll do it for the 15.
We got to do it, Julie.
Okay. No, I want to support you. I want you to keep moving it. Yes, man. So fine. I know you're waiting for your shipment. Huh? You want to see how nice I am? Okay. She's buying from a guy that I buy Seamoss from, a friend of mine. And I went in and negotiated and worked out a deal that was like favorable to both her and him so that they can get the Seamoss. And I'm shipping it for him.
Well, tell me this, Julie. What are we going to do to celebrate when I get my first 1,000 pounds? Say Khalid got his first 1,000 pounds, man.
What do you want to do to celebrate?
We got to do a celebration.
We'll have a party. We'll have like
we'll have a group celebration for a week, man.
Yeah, we'll have a Seamoss party.
It's 1,000 pounds a lot.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. You know what I mean?
A lot for me. That's a lot of Seamoss gel.
Mm-hmm. Well, that would last you a while just to make gel out of it. Jeez.
That'd be hundreds of thousands, right?
Yeah. So let's see. It's about 20 boxes.
20 boxes?
Yeah, 22 boxes. But I think I have a shipment coming, and I believe I'll have to double check, but I think the boxes is like 100 or like 92 or something like that.
Man, why can't we get some kind of hemp bags?
Some
kind of some bags to put the Seamoss in instead of boxes. It's authentic.
Yeah, I think some
But
people
you know,
some people ship them in the sacks, but then depending on how it is, it's not that easy to just pile them on a pallet and stuff. So
they can get destroyed too if it's a flood or something.
Yeah, especially if something gets wet on it and stuff. So I'm getting 102 boxes shipped to me.
Wow.
Yeah, it's 4,621 pounds.
When you getting it, Julien?
This week coming up, either this week or next week.
Is that the stuff you were telling me about?
Well, I have some of that stuff in there. Yeah, the stuff that I can sell you for 15. Yeah.
Man, we gotta do something, Julien. Man, you're the perfect salesman, man, and you're not a lot. You know exactly.
Bro, I've been selling all my life. But what people don't realize is I sell like multi-million-dollar properties.
Say that again.
I sell multi-million-dollar properties. Like the average house I sell is $1 million.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so like I'll sell a house for like 1.5, 2.5, 2.2 million. You know what I mean? Maybe $500,000, 750.
You get the agent fee.
Yeah, I
What's
get
that?
2.5%.
2.5%.
Mm-hmm.
I just had a lady, and she still is remembering us, sending us gifts.
Mm-hmm. That's why sometimes I get real offended when people tell me that I'm in it for the money and that I only care about the money and I'm trying to make money. And I want to flip out them and say, "Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm in it for the money." Like, trust me, if I was in it for the money, I wouldn't be selling Seamoss. Because, like,
Seamoss is lucrative.
It is.
Lucrative.
But it's nowhere near the lucrative of selling a property.
That's right.
So I sell one house that's $25,000.
Wow. So tell me this, Julien. So do you need to get out some of the older stuff while the new stuff come in?
For the Seamoss? Well, what happens is a lot of times I sell out before, like, you know what I mean? Like right now, realistically, I'm really low. I'm probably down altogether. We probably have maybe about 500 pounds, 600 pounds. And then I'm completely wiped out, with the exception of there's maybe about 100 or 2 pounds of Seamoss that I would consider, not to say unsellable, but it's just Seamoss that I'm not planning on selling. I usually, it just doesn't look nice. It's not pretty. I usually use it for my own consumption. She's like, oh, she's like, oh, you're rich. Seamoss blend, so that's why I can negotiate, because you're so rich. Whatever. What's up, Yusuf?
Yusuf in the house?
Yeah, Yusuf's here. He just joined in. Here, I'll send him a link. Oh, I think he's gone. He was there for a second, then he left. Maybe he'll come back. But yeah, that's like I said. I do very well in real estate. Like even right now, I have 2 listings, and I'm working with 3 buyers.
Oh wow!
Mm-hmm.
And then you're finna do some stuff in St. Lucia. I saw you post.
Oh yeah.
That you're gonna do some real estate stuff over there.
Huge real estate deals working on. They're probably bigger than what the Seamoss would be.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. And getting into farming and agriculture. So I'm even looking at the possibility of developing whatchamacallit, an elderberry farm.
Oh wow.
Mm-hmm.
Elderberry, it's getting real popular, huh?
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking it might be a good farm.
It's becoming in demand.
Yeah, huge demand. You know what I mean? That's why I'm thinking I'm going to get into that area as becoming a supplier for people. I definitely know that I'm getting into the herbs and stuff area, and I want to start getting into the the health food products, you know, that sort of space. Yeah, I'm actually going to start working at a health food store.
Oh, that's gonna be nice.
I start tomorrow.
Brick and mortar?
Yeah, brick and mortar store. So I'm going to learn the ins and outs of like a health food store, how it runs, how it works, how they sell the stuff, all of that.
You invite Mr. Yusuf in?
I didn't, but I was going to before, but he was not there. So now that he's here, I'll ask him. See if he comes back. See what's good with him. Let's see if he's ready to start his Seamoss business journey. You know?
Wow, he never started yet?
Not that I know of. Maybe he has. And he hasn't bought Seamoss off me. So if he has, he cheated. What?
Where's McBride tonight?
I don't know. He was here earlier watching, but I think he left because like he likes going on the clubhouse because he's usually doing stuff. And the clubhouse allows you, to mute and then unmute, you know, fairly easy. What's up, Yusef? You sleeping? On the road.
He in the truck?
Yeah, but he's quiet. Has he got someone in bed with him?
He in a read?
No, man.
Just fucking with you.
My headset not working.
Oh.
So your name Yusuf, are you Muslim?
You used to be.
Used to be. Yeah. That's a good name, Yusuf. Yeah. That's Prophet Joseph in English.
Yeah, Joseph.
Because I'm Muslim. My name is Muhammad. We both got Arabic. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got so many Muslim brothers at the mosque named Yusuf.
My headset.
So none of us should be Muslims. We are the real Israelis. I somewhat believe that we're like God's chosen people.
I do too.
Yeah.
I believe the Israelites were black.
Mm-hmm.
They come from an area where the skin was dirt.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that. You believe they were black? The children of Israel?
Yusuf?
Talking to you, Julien.
My headset acting up.
It's acting up. He can't hear us properly. How's that? You hear that? Hear my yawn. He's gone.
Good. He got a good name, though, man.
Mm-hmm.
What about Jamari? You ever talked to Jamari, Julien?
Yeah, I talked to him a little while ago.
He's doing so good, man. I'm so happy for him.
Yeah, man. They just had a kid and stuff.
Yeah.
So
he got the new app. Did you see the app?
Yeah.
Wow.
I used it a little bit, but I haven't used it too much. I think it needs some more time to get like adopted and stuff.
Oh, okay. So where you go to the app store and just downloaded it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I got to do that, huh? I didn't get a chance to do it yet.
So the Jewish people were converts during the Maccabee era, and some later are Khazarians. They're the ones who the Bible called the Amalek.
The Amalek. The Amalek.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I had a nice. I went to church yesterday. Well, I go to church every Sunday, but yesterday I had a really good message about like trusting in God and how it's important to trust in God and not to trust man and all the things behind it. And I think that's one of the hardest things we do as man is being able to have faith and trust God and be comfortable. You know?
Yeah.
But if we did, then I think it would open up a lot of it would show us that like we have more power You know what I mean? Like we'd be more happy, more successful. If that makes sense. What's up, Peter Chanel? I think that's like, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's from Peter and Noel. That you know what Peter and Noel is, right, Khaled?
I think I do. I think I remember. I know I see them in the group a whole lot.
Yeah, they're the Seamoss sellers. They make a lot of the different powders and stuff like that.
Oh wow.
Yeah, mango powder and breadfruit powder and all these other powders, which I think it's important. I think more farmers need to get into those powders and stuff like that because they're going to become more in demand. You know what I mean? And the way it is with the Seamoss being so, like, the price being so pressured, that, you know, for some of these guys to make a decent return, they're going to have to process, you know, that product into something, you know, like that's more valuable. Because a lot of times these farmers, these sellers, they're taking the product and converting it into something else anyways. So why don't you beat them to market in a sense? Do you believe that in Toronto we have a ferry that only goes 122 meters? That's a ferry, and it only goes like it like basically crosses like a small channel, and that's like because we have an island airport, and the airport's on like a barge or an island that we built from like reclaimed soil or whatever. And so I'm just watching a quick video where they're showing like how this airport is here, and it's like it's got the world's. It's like Billy Bishop's airport ferry ride is one of the shortest in the world, and it is pretty short. It takes 90 seconds to get from one. Kappa's.
I heard there was only railroad in Canada.
Yeah, the road to hell.
You never lived in the States, Julien?
No, I've never been to the States. I never liked Americans.
You never been to the States?
I never really liked Americans. What?
Could you live with yourself, Julien? You gotta go to the States. New York. Come on, man. Chicago.
Yeah.
LA, Dallas.
Yeah, I'm sure they're pretty good cities. But my experience,
Milwaukee, baby, Milwaukee. You ever heard of Milwaukee?
Yeah, but my experience with Americans were never positive.
Come on,
Seriously.
Some of the coolest dudes ever lived. You didn't know we created all the trends.
Not in Niagara.
Yeah, we create the trends, man.
I used to get in like enough fights or scuffles with guys in Niagara because they would come to like the Niagara Falls in Toronto and they'd try to pick up girls, or they would bring their girls there, and their girls would be checking us out, and like the guys would get mad because like, and I'd be like, what the fuck? Like, we didn't even do anything. So let me get it straight. You're mad because your girl's looking at us and we're looking back. You know?
Wow.
Yeah. So the Kappa said, what do we do to you? You guys always try to start fights with me. That's what you guys do to me. That's why and they're always just so obnoxious and just I'm part of it, you know. Now, mind you, most of the Americans.
That's stereotypical, bro.
I know. So judgmental. But it's just, you know, they're just so loud and obnoxious, and you know.
But you know, Julien, we're cooler than you guys in Canada. You gotta know that, right?
Well, I'll say this: most of the cool actors and performers in the States were originally Canadians. Just saying.
I believe that shit. Oh God, there was some cool Canadians. Hey Drake, that guy that read his own raps.
Yeah, there you go. There's Drake.
The world of trouble. He got in a world of trouble for that.
Let's do this. Famous Americans that are no. I'm gonna say famous Americans that are really Canadians, and let's see what that comes up that are really Canadian.
Canadians are funny, bro. Hey, what's your president name? That guy, the young one.
The Prime Minister Trudeau.
Yeah, I like him. Him and Trump, they bumped heads, didn't they?
Yeah, I guess so. Everybody wants to bump heads with Trump. You know, people hated Trump, but like he did a lot of good shit. You know what I mean? And like he stood up for a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? Like we wouldn't be dealing with this bullshit with all this COVID stuff if Trump was in power. I even think they released it to get him out of office.
So Trump decisions
Okay.
brings about a positive impact on Canada.
What? Say that again.
So Trump's decisions or the way he operates brought about a good positive effect on Canada.
No. But he did a lot of things that were like beneficial to Americans.
Oh.
You know what I mean? He did a lot of
Canada people find out
like
the
think
benefits of Americans.
like there's some videos that I watched where they showed a lot of the accomplishments and the things that he did when he was in power. Like he took a lot of people on, and a lot of people were scared of him. You know what I mean? Like people didn't want to. Like I'll say this: the Putin would not be doing what he's doing right now with Ukraine if Trump was in power. And in fact, the fact that Biden's in power is probably one of the reasons, because he looked at it and was like, okay, this country's in disarray. We can really fuck with them now. Look who they just invited. Like who they hate Trump so much that they would elect this fucking doorknob. I don't know how to expect it. Like the guy is so dumb.
Canadians hate
Yeah.
Biden too.
Yeah. Look at this.
Canadians want to be Americans. Hey, I feel it.
Canadians want to be Americans. I'll sell you my citizenship. So here,
You pass on that one, right, Julien?
what?
You pass on that one. He said he'll sell you a citizenship.
Yeah, no, thank you. Maybe the St. Lucia, I would consider it. So check this out. So here are some famous Americans of Canadian descent: Madonna, Lady Gaga, Stephen Curry, Aisha Curry.
Stephen Curry.
Yeah, and Aisha Curry.
Aisha's a Muslim name too.
Mm-hmm. She's a Canadian American actress, cookbook author, and cooking television personality, and the wife of basketball player Stephen Curry. Roy Edward Disney, Walt Disney, Will Durant, Thomas Edison.
Thomas Edison, our president.
No, he wasn't a president. The guy that invented the light, the inventor.
Thomas Edison.
Yep.
Didn't he?
Kenny G. Robert Goulet. The guy, Matt Groening, the guy that made The Simpsons. See what I'm saying? Dwayne The Rock. Gene Hackman. Angela Jolie.
Angela Jolie.
Yep, she's Canadian.
Man, you're gonna have to keep some of this shit quiet.
She was born the same year as me, 1975. Elon Musk, Tyler Myers, he's a hockey player. Matthew Perry, Angus Sutherland, Keither Sutherland, Sarah Sutherland. You know, and then I think there's Donald Sutherland, who's like the father of all these actors. Robin Thicke, Vince Vaughn.
Oh Oh my God. Bro.
Mark Wahlberg, Howie Mandel, Pamela Anderson, Dan Aykroyd. These are just names that I know. There's like tons of other names there. No, The Rock's Canadian. Jim Carrey, Justin Bieber. Yeah, we knew all that. Tommy Chong. You know Cheech and Chong?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Canadian.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, Tommy Chong.
I don't know why did I push you to do this?
Ted
This
Ted
is heartbreaking,
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a Canadian.
bro. Canada to American.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go into it.
Let's see
I
what
think
else.
one of the people in the chat went into it. Americans.
Yeah. He's wondering, he's like, am I Canadian? Dave Foley, Michael J. Fox, John Garland,
Canadians want to be American.
Drake, Wayne Gretzky. Everybody knows Wayne Gretzky's thing. Owen Hart. You know the Hart brothers, Bret Hart, the wrestlers. I think
The wrestlers.
yeah, everybody knows they were Canadian. They're from Winnipeg or something like that, or Edmonton. Yeah, man. There's so many more.
Oh my God! Hey, he said, "Am I a Canadian?" You see the
Yeah, his mind's blown. That's
Hey,
it.
when you come to the States, man, you're gonna trip out. You're gonna never want to go back to Canada ever in life.
Why?
Bro, just watch. Come to America.
I probably won't make it out alive.
Huh?
I won't make it out alive. I'll get like shot at or something.
Nah, man, nah.
No, bro. Really, the Canada is exactly like when United States. We're just a little bit more calmer.
Hey, you got to sell $1 million homes here.
Yeah, it'd be nice to sell $1 million homes there.
Isn't our money worth more than your money?
Yeah.
But what are you thinking?
I don't know. You know what? I actually have a good friend of mine I grew up with, and he is a real estate agent in Los Angeles. He's like one of the top real estate agents down there, and he sold Ellen DeGeneres' house.
Wow.
Yeah, and how he sold the house was that he just basically door knocked her. Just went up and knocked on her door and started talking to her.
Wow.
Yeah,
And he got the commission?
I guess so. Yeah, he's got a lot of commissions. He sells houses that are like $20 million or whatever.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think she retired.
Who?
Show.
The show? Is it retired?
Yeah. I think she's retired either soon or she did already.
Oh.
She made a killing.
Yeah, man.
She's rich as shit.
For sure. Sure. I'm actually looking it up to see. What? Because I have my friend who is, like I said, the thing. I'm like looking. I'm googling his name to see, like, if there's any information of some of the houses that he sold and stuff. And it's like showing that he's a real estate agent in Canada. So that's why I was like, kind of like, what? But I guess there's more than one Ryan Davis realtor. Yeah, because this guy
If you
doesn't.
want to go to America, Julien, where would you want to go? New York?
Maybe try New York.
New York, if you were visiting.
Yeah, maybe I'll try New York. But like, I hear New York's a lot like Toronto. Toronto's like New York. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe LA. You know what I mean? Miami. I'll try
Florida?
different places. Yeah, Florida I'd check out. Why not? You know? Why not? I check. There's, I don't know. There's no place like how do I say it? Like, oh, I must go to this place.
Well, New York is the hip hop mecca.
True.
That would be fun. They got the best pizza. You know that.
Yes. Well,
The only place with better pizza is Italy. What do you think?
I don't know. My dad makes pretty good pizza.
Do you like pizza?
My dad, he used to work for a pizza parlor, and I can make pizza, like the dough. I used to work for Pizza Hut. that was a funny job. It was like one of the only jobs I ever like. Well, I shouldn't say the only jobs. I pretty much worked like a million jobs up until like I was like 24, 25, and then I started working for myself, and then I never looked back.
Wow. So how does that work with healthcare?
We have free healthcare.
You guys do have free healthcare, don't you?
In Ontario, we do. Some provinces don't, but Ontario does.
Oh, wow. Is that cool?
Yeah.
You don't know nothing else, do you?
No, so I wouldn't know what it was like to pay or what I'm missing.
Healthcare is a big dilemma. Where we are.
That's what I hear. All the what is it, Medicare or whatever you guys have?
That's right. You got to have a good job for some good benefits, you know.
Yeah, that kind of sucks,
They do it. Come out of every check, too.
Yeah,
Automatic.
but
Every
see,
check.
we pay a lot of taxes and bills still. You know what I mean? And it covers a lot of that stuff.
Oh, wow. So you just go to the hospital when you want to?
Yep. Or call a doctor when we feel like it.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yeah, for
Well,
sure.
Julien, I know you want to get you some rest, man.
No.
You're crazy.
No, I'm just like, dude, I look like that because I'm just like that. Oh, wait, it is 2:00. You know what? You're right. I shouldn't be up here too. I love talking to you though, Khaled. That's why I didn't want to.
Talking to you too, man. I love your group. I love your knowledge, man. You are the man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. But you can be the man too.
Business.
You know what I mean? I said you can be the man too. Like there's room for I don't want to say everybody, but like a lot of people. To me, it's like as long as you do the work and you put the time in and the effort, you deserve to be where I am at. You know what I mean? It's those that don't put the time and the effort and they want to try and like cut corners and circumvent things and you know what I mean, try to like, cheat or bend the rules so it fits them. To me, it's like, yeah, I don't have time for those kind of people. But to create a space, there's always room at the top for the right people. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna read this. And
where did you get that?
And I'm gonna keep pushing this.
Where did you get that book from? Because that version of the book looks very unique.
It is, man.
How old
This
is
is this is the inspirational classic. You see the top?
Yeah.
So this is the classic. See, I got the pieces, man. You got to come over one day. Man. You got to come visit. I got the library, man. Nice collections.
Well, and that's the thing is that they've come up with different versions of that book when they revise it and stuff. And some of the newer versions I've felt are not as powerful as the older versions. Like I have one from like 1940.
But I'm so anal. I like to get the old one. Search and find the old original version, and then I want to check the revise and compare.
Yeah, that's what
I do crazy shit like that.
Mm-hmm. No, you're like
significance.
You're like me. You're like a geek like that. You're into the geeky stuff.
Well, God bless you, Julien.
Yes.
We'll hook up and do some business, guy.
Yes, for sure. Sure. It was a pleasure hanging and talking with you tonight. You know what I mean? Thank you. I mean, I almost forgot I have to work tomorrow.
That's right.
That's why I was like,
Seamoss world.
Yes, peace, Seamoss world. Enjoy the life. And don't forget to take your Seamoss. All right. Well, that was a lovely night. And I almost got caught up in doing an all-nighter because that's what happens when you're talking with the great Khaled. All right. But thank you all those that joined us, that listened to us and watched us. I really appreciate you guys all. And you know what I mean? I'm looking forward to starting my new job tomorrow at the health food store. Maybe next Saturday I'll report, or next Saturday, next live stream on Sunday, I'll report it. Or not Sunday, Wednesday. Wednesday is it is so crazy. I forget what day it is. I forgot that today is Sunday. So Wednesday, I will give an update of the store and my experiences and what I learned there, and then some. All right. Until then, you enjoy your life, and thank you for watching. Don't forget to take your Seamoss. Put that fucking joint underneath.
I think the key to waking up at 4 o'clock that most people don't realize is that I have an unwind routine that starts at 9 p.m. So I'm very disciplined and regimented about winding down. Coming from an athletic background, nobody ever would play a game without warming up. It's amazing that
it's a scam that's become so normalized that we don't even realize it's a scam anymore.
You might want to sit down for this one. So everything in our lives is interconnected, and it's made to work against you. Let me explain. In school, you're only prepared for the next grade level until
Men use the image of female perfection to motivate themselves. That's precisely what they do. You see that in the Tom Sawyer story. So look what I got out here. Look at that. Look, Hollywood. AKA, huh? Hollywood. Yeah, the Mars balls. We work together. We work, look what he got. Look what he gave me one of each on there. Everybody. You understand?